Good morning and welcome everyone to this online presentation of the 2020 Annual Peace Conference. I'm Ron Todd Meyer, President of Nebraskans for Peace, which along with the University of Nebraska at Omaha Grace School of Abbott School of Social Work is co-sponsoring this year's event. Apart from being conducted virtually because of the COVID-19 crisis, this 2020 conference is particularly notable for marking the 50th anniversary of the founding of Nebraskans for Peace, the oldest statewide peace and justice organization in the whole United States. In both the morning and afternoon segments of today's program, we will be addressing the hallmark issues that have guided NFP's work for over the past half century. First, peaceful resolution of conflict and cooperative coexistence. Second is nuclear weapons abolition. Third is the social and economic justice for people of all races and genders. And finally, the action on climate and food security. We will be celebrating our past while taking steps now to prepare for the enormous challenges that lie ahead. Thank you for joining us today as we continue our nonstop work of peacemaking and seeking justice.
Well, welcome everybody. How are you doing? I'm Mike Semrod of Red Rebel Media, the host for today's conference. And it's my pleasure to introduce our morning keynote speaker. This is very exciting for me. So, Dr. Amanda McKinney, MD. Dr. Amanda McKinney is the Associate Dean of Health Sciences and Executive Director of the Institute for Human Planetary Health at Doane University. With the planet approaching a population of 8 billion people and progressively impacted by climate disruption and food insecurity, Dr. McKinney will examine what this means for our diet and future eating habits in her presentation on the future of food. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Amanda McKinney. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, take it away.
All right, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here today. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking this morning about sort of introducing the presentation because we have sort of limited time. And because of those time constraints, some of the information in this presentation is not going to be as in-depth as it might otherwise be. There is going to be some time for questions at the end where we can elaborate on some topics, but if time doesn't allow for some questions to be answered, please feel free to reach out to me. So I'll just give the slides here just a second. Okay, you can advance to the first slide. There we go. Okay. So humans have occupied the planet for around 6 million years, with modern Homo sapiens coming on the scene approximately 300,000 years ago. As early as 13,000 years ago, Homo sapiens were the only humans remaining on Earth. And approximately 1,000 years later, we fundamentally changed the way we lived and fed ourselves. And we began in earnest changing the planet in ways that could possibly be our own undoing. When the glaciers receded at the end of the last ice age about 12,000 years ago, and the big game animals migrated north, it left a dwindling game supply in places like the Middle East, leading to the birth of agriculture and the domestication of animals in lieu of hunting and gathering. Jared Diamond, an American historian, geographer, and author, declared in his 1999 article of the same name that agriculture was the worst mistake in human history. Diamond argues that rather than a continuously progressive human history over the past million years, with the adoption of agriculture as our most decisive step toward a better life, was in many ways a catastrophe from which we have never recovered. The transition from a hunter-gatherer society to an agrarian one, at first glance, might seem an obvious improvement. However, the Neolithic Revolution transformed what was basically a conglomeration of small egalitarian bands of hunter-gatherers to one that was cursed with sexism, despotism, slavery, food insecurity, disease, overpopulation, resource depletion, and pollution. Slavery was present in every agrarian society in history. The cultivation of plants and the domestication of animals required far more labor than hunting and gathering. Agriculture also brought with it hierarchies with land-owning and non-producing elite classes, and slavery was modeled after the practice of domesticating animals for both food and labor. Slavery was a matter of economics. Plantations were just large industrialized farms. Slaves were an inexpensive source of energy used to power American growth. We fought a bloody civil war to end the practice of slavery, but as we're seeing in this country today, the stain of slavery and intentional institutionalized racism remains. Even though slavery ended, capitalism, human greed, and large permanent settlements with small numbers of farmers relative to the population remained. So we traded the repugnance of slavery for another inexpensive energy source, fossil fuels. The use of fossil fuels to replace human labor and to create petrochemicals like fertilizers and pesticides helped to liberate many from enslavement, hard labor, and death. Unfortunately, there have also been some negative consequences. The use of fossil fuels has improved life for those of us who use most of them. Our modern consumptive lifestyles would not be remotely possible without them. And their use over the past 200 years is now resulting in global climate change and other kinds of pollution that yet again largely affect people of color and the poor, those that have benefited least from their use. It's estimated that the 400-year slave trade led to 15 to 20 million deaths. The World Health Organization anticipates that climate change will lead to 9 million excess deaths in the next 20 years alone, with the lion's share of these deaths being in Africa and Asia. Fossil fuels have allowed for humans to produce food on a scale globally never seen before, which has allowed for a human population explosion. While human population growth remained stable over the first several thousand years of human civilization, it began rising in the 1700s with nearly exponential growth in the 1900s and throughout to the present day. Total and per capita global food production expanded rapidly in the 1900s to keep pace with demand, which can be viewed as one of the greatest public health achievements in human history. There have also been related declines in the proportion of the global population suffering from hunger and micronutrient deficiencies, and in the second half of the 20th century, steep reductions in child mortality and striking increases in global life expectancy. However, all of this has come at a significant cost to the health of the planet. The impacts of people on our planet's natural systems cannot be underestimated. In addition to fossil fuel use, in order to feed ourselves, we have turned 40% of the Earth's land surface into croplands and pasture. We use about half of the accessible fresh water on the planet, mostly to irrigate our crops, and we have exploited 90% of fisheries to or beyond maximum sustainable limits. We have cut down roughly half of the world's temperate and tropical forests and dammed more than 60% of the world's rivers. And we are crowding out the rest of life on our planet. In May of 2019, 145 authors from 50 countries released the Global Assessment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystems Services. After reviewing 15,000 articles over 3 years, they concluded that roughly 1 million species are facing extinction, many within decades. Already, we have reduced the numbers of birds, mammals, reptiles, amphibians, and fishes who share the planet with us by more than 50% since 1970. The planet no longer has the capacity to absorb our wastes, and we are using resources faster than they can be replenished, driving biophysical change at levels never before seen in human history. These biophysical changes have led us to leave the safe operating space for at least 5 of the 9 planetary boundaries, including climate change, biodiversity, land use changes, and nitrogen and phosphorus flows. It's likely that we have also exceeded the safe operating space for novel entities, which includes things like endocrine disrupting chemicals and other novel chemicals that humans have produced and let loose into the biosphere. However, a specific boundary for these has not yet been defined. Each of these dimensions interacts with the other in complex ways and alters the conditions for human health, affecting the quality of the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the food we can produce. Additionally, rapidly changing environmental conditions also alter our exposures to infectious diseases and natural hazards such as heat waves, droughts, floods, fires, and tropical storms. Despite paying these costs to feed humanity, the human population is largely malnourished. Nearly 1 billion people are undernourished, going hungry, while on the opposite end of the spectrum, we have the overfed, with unhealthy diets leading to malnourishment and a growing pandemic of obesity and metabolic diseases such as diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease, and stroke. The connection between obesity, undernutrition, and climate change has been coined the global syndemic by the Lancet. In this country alone, 70% of adults are overweight or obese, and 60% of those are malnourished. Our quest to feed humanity has us on a current trajectory that will lead us to running out of land, water, and most of the species that make up its biological diversity that provide necessary ecosystems services for food production like pollination and pest management. Changing this trajectory is truly daunting, and it's going to require changes in policy and practices across at least 4 dimensions. The first is stemming population growth. The second is changes in the wasting of food, changes in food consumption, and lastly, changes in food production. Providing opportunities to educate and improve the health of lives and women and children, and by expanding access to family planning for those who desire it, could reduce the number of births per year by approximately 40 million births, which is about half of the global total annual births, either through prevention or delay. By providing the opportunity for women and families to have fewer but healthier children, it would decrease the food demand as well as other resource pressures. Approximately half of the food, can you go back one second? Thank you. Approximately 1/3 of the food produced every year is lost or wasted. According to the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, if food were a country, it would have the 3rd largest greenhouse gas emissions in the world after China and the US. And that means that all the water, land, agrochemicals used to produce that wasted food is also wasted. The causes vary between countries between lower and higher income countries, with losses occurring at the post-harvest and processing levels in low-income countries, and with losses at the retail and consumer levels in wealthier countries. In developed nations, to reduce these losses, campaigns by grocers are being undertaken to reduce the amount of food that is thrown out because it is past its date. An app in Europe called Too Good to Go notifies consumers when grocers have heavily discounted food before they throw it away, which provides consumers with the opportunity to purchase healthy food at a fraction of their normal costs, while simultaneously providing grocers with income on products that would have otherwise been a total loss. To reduce waste in lower income countries, improvements are needed in food storage and supply chains. In addition to less waste and a lower environmental footprint, this will provide retailers with more food to sell. Higher supply translates to lower costs to the consumer and more nutritious food in the mouths of more people. Amongst the scientific community, there is a strong consensus that we need to change what we eat. The production of meat, particularly beef, lamb, and pork, has a significantly larger environmental footprint than any other food system component. This is because livestock require large amounts of land to grow their food, and they're inefficient at converting the calories they eat into calories for human consumption. For every 6 calories that a cow consumes, only 1 calorie is available for human consumption. Lastly, ruminants produce enormous amounts of greenhouse gases, particularly methane. The Eat Lancet Commission on Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems published a report in 2019 titled Food in the Anthropocene. According to the authors, a dietary shift away from meat, particularly beef, and toward more legumes, nuts, seeds, fruits, and vegetables would dramatically reduce the ecological footprint of our food system. Our current industrial system of producing meat is problematic for other reasons as well. Concentrated animal feeding operations, or CAFOs, congregate animals in conditions that many consider inhumane. In order to prevent disease in their squalid conditions and from their unnatural diets, and also to promote growth and weight gain, antibiotics are fed to these animals. This has led to a global pandemic of antibiotic resistance on top of the significant water, soil, and air pollution that CAFOs cause. It cannot go without saying that while the current pandemic virus was not born in a CAFO, but rather a wet market, it's well documented that confined poultry operations, especially, are a breeding ground of novel flu viruses. The Pew Commission on Industrial Farm Animal Production, a comprehensive, independent assessment of the meat industry between 2005 and 2008, reported that these operations represent an unacceptable level of threat to the public health. It's not a matter of if, but when we will experience another pandemic, and the next one will likely be a swine or avian flu, and probably one that is more deadly than the current coronavirus. The crowding of swine and poultry in CAFOs increases both transmission and the likelihood of mutation that can make it not only transmissible to humans, but also pathogenic. It's also important to note that chronic disease has also played a role in the deadliness of our current pandemic, as 94% of those persons who have died from COVID-19 infection had some underlying health condition. If we were to adopt the dietary shifts recommended by the Eat Lancet Commission, we would also realize substantial reductions in non-communicable diseases, including heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and cancers. The Commission reported that adoption of their planetary health diet would prevent around 20% or 11 million deaths annually. For wealthier populations, it is a clear win-win for both human and planetary health, with reduced meat consumption. In poorer countries with less diverse diets and already very low consumption of meat, increasing dietary diversity and nutrient-rich foods is critical, and animal source foods can represent an important source of nutrients. However, it should be a public health priority for both populations to reduce the consumption of highly processed food with added sugars, salts, and fats. Changing dietary patterns is complex. People's identities are often linked to what they eat, and is often part of a family or cultural heritage. Likewise, group or tribal identities surrounding beliefs about animal welfare, health, environmental issues, etc., factor into decisions about food choice. However, there is a growing awareness of both the environmental and health issues associated with meat. FMI is a food industry organization that in 2019 conducted a U.S. grocery shopper trends report. They found that 33% of households now have at least one member voluntarily following a vegan, vegetarian, pescatarian, or flexitarian diet, which is defined as eating mostly a vegetarian diet, but occasionally eating meat and poultry. This has created a boon for companies making plant-based meat alternatives. The Power of Meat 2019 report, also from FMI, revealed that consumers are purchasing $878 million worth of these products annually, with sales increasing by 19.2% in 2019. Consumers alone will not be enough to make the kinds of changes needed. Governments will have to step in and subsidize food that promote human and planetary health, rather than continue to subsidize animal and processed foods. This will have to mean the end of powerful lobbies for the beef, dairy, sugar, and ultra-processed food and beverage industries, whose entire goal is to influence and curtail national dietary guidelines that are supposed to be crafted for the improvement of nutrition, health, and environmental sustainability. Because agriculture is responsible for such a significant proportion of pollution and climate change-inducing greenhouse gas emissions, there is also strong consensus in that we have an ecological and ethical obligation to reduce the environmental footprint of global agriculture. Where we have not reached a consensus is how to feed a growing population while decoupling environmental degradation from food production. We cannot afford to grow more food through extensification or through converting additional forest or other land to agricultural lands. The alternative is to increase yields on the lands already being used, or intensification. Current intensification relies on the use of petrochemicals such as fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides, as well as genetically modified crops, which is also recognized as unsustainable. The current push is to shift what is considered to be sustainable intensification through the use of precision agriculture, where all the same inputs are used, but used to a lesser degree. Precision agriculture utilizes technologies such as geographic information systems, automated machine guidance, in-field and remote sensing, mobile computing, and global positioning systems to identify where and when individual plants in the field need various inputs such as fertilizer, water, and pesticides. Critics of precision agriculture point out that the expense, the reliance on machines, and the lack of farmer education in these modalities will only disenfranchise farmers further and put more control in the hands of agribusiness and corporate entities. Rather, I believe the solutions lie in agroecological approaches that more closely mimic natural ecosystems as a way to feed ourselves while simultaneously addressing our environmental issues. At the Rodale Institute, research has been done to show that through regenerative organic agriculture, more than 40% of current annual carbon dioxide emissions could be sequestered. And if at the same time, all global pasture was managed to a regenerative model with a more effective manure management, an additional 71% could be sequestered, passing the 100% mark and contributing to an actual drawdown of excess greenhouse gases, helping to reverse the greenhouse gas effect. Likewise, the Land Institute in Salina, Kansas, is working on developing perennial grains, oilseeds, and legumes that can be planted in a polyculture. This work is critical in that the potential for carbon sequestration and prevention of soil erosion and soil building is enormous. And they are having much success with their perennial wheatgrass, Kernza. Permaculture is a term used to describe an intentional system of agriculture and reflects the interrelationships and sustainability of natural ecosystems. Rather than degrade land with intensive agriculture, permaculture is an attempt to optimally utilize land so that generations in the future can continue to utilize the land for personal subsistence. It draws from several disciplines, including organic farming, agroforestry, integrated farming, sustainable development, and applied ecology. It's been described as a way to create permanent culture surrounding food systems, but also around shelter, energy, and technology. Regenerative farming and ranching practices used in Nebraska include minimizing tillage, multi-species cover cropping, multi-crop rotations, implementation of livestock back onto the soil accompanied by holistic grazing practices, agroforestry with tree intercropping, silvopasture on grazing lands, and degraded rangeland restoration. And Nebraska happens to be a hub of regenerative agriculture with our very own Graham Christensen leading the charge. Today, cities consume more than 2/3 of the world's energy and account for more than 70% of global carbon dioxide emissions. As a result, they can play a leading role in decarbonization by decreasing their CO2 emissions. Sustainable solutions for food, water, energy, and transport of food or waste are needed as integrated components of a city's climate change adaptation. Urban agriculture is currently considered one of the solutions to climate change adaptation, as it can play a significant role in greening the city and improving the urban climate, while stimulating the productive reuse of urban organic waste and reducing the urban energy footprint. Rather than growing food in remote areas and spending large amount of resources on transportation, growing food within the city itself provides several advantages. There are many well-known benefits to urban agriculture, such as providing increased access to nutritious food, strengthening of communities through educational opportunities for residents and children, and increasing property values. Through these benefits, urban agriculture clearly contributes towards sustainable goals of cities. Globally, it seems that there is a general sense that urban agriculture can benefit the environment in terms of waste reduction and biodiversity. However, there's been limited research to directly substantiate this claim. But what research does exist seems to indicate that the environmental benefits of urban agriculture outweigh the costs. And the benefits include the use of vacant lots and empty rooftops, the reduction of stormwater runoff, reducing the urban heat island effect and improving air quality, increasing biodiversity, and increasing local food production, which allows for improved access to nutritious food. An argument about which of these methods is a more relevant solution, an argument about which of these methods is a more relevant solution is moot. We will need all of these solutions going forward. I typically end my presentations with this quote from Margaret Mead. I truly believe it, but I will offer a clarification here in that I think that in order for us to get out of this mess that we've gotten ourselves into, we will need quite a large group of thoughtful, committed citizens. Nevertheless, I will be one of them, and I hope you will join me.
Thank you, Amanda. That was great. Thank you very much for your presentation. Wow, some mind-boggling information there. So we are going to begin a bit of a Q&A, I believe. So we've got some comments coming in, and this is a live stream, folks, so you can interact with the speakers and you can comment back and forth. And if you have anything to say, we welcome that. And also we urge you to please share this because we get more organic likes when that happens, of course, on our social media channels. So we're live today on Facebook, on the Nebraskans for Peace channel, as well as the Red Rebel Media YouTube channel. So, okay. So give me 1 second, Amanda, while I go through these. We have some comments. Everybody seems to be very excited about what's happening today, as I am, and I'm sure you are as well.
Yeah. Go ahead. While you're looking through those, I was going to say that as far as urban agriculture goes, I know that Tim Rennie, our executive director at Nebraskans for Peace, is working very hard on urban agriculture, and I just wanted to give him a shout out on that because he's doing important work there.
Fantastic. Okay. So one question came in from Tim Ryan. Can you tell us more about the ingredients we should be eating locally? Now, I think this is a fantastic question. Lincoln has some incredibly cool infrastructures with food, many of which I know about, but I'm interested to hear your take on that too. Again, more about the ingredients we should be eating locally. Yeah.
So in Nebraska, we do have a number of CSAs, community supported agriculture, even just farms. Grain Place Foods in Marquette does a nice job providing grains and legumes for people to purchase that are grown locally. And you can purchase those directly on their website. There are, farmers markets are becoming more available. It's a little bit difficult to eat out of season. It's difficult to eat in season all year round in Nebraska. But there are lots of providers that are lots of growers that have options available. Lone Tree Foods does a distribution for local farmers. So there are ways to do that. Most of the foods that you're going to get are going to be, obviously during the summer months, they're going to be fresh foods and fruits and vegetables, etc. In the winter months, it's a little, like I said, a little more difficult. But local agriculture is definitely something we should, or local growers and getting our products from them is definitely something we should consider doing. And there are a lot of products that you'd be surprised how many of those products that you use on a regular basis are available to you.
Fantastic. Yeah. You mentioned Lone Tree Foods. Now, I believe the idea there is they distribute local farm goods to grocery stores that we use, correct?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's a organization that I've worked with actually, and they're fantastic people.
They are.
So I urge you to keep an eye out for Lone Tree Foods logo, because as a buyer in grocery stores, you will know that came from our local sources, which is fantastic. Yeah. So we have oh yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and also, considering growing some of your own food, even if it's just herb garden and on your windowsill, those things are really beneficial for your health, both your physical and your mental health. And just even providing a little bit of your own food is a very gratifying process.
Fantastic. So, okay, going through some more questions here. This is great. We're a very interactive crowd here. So people are very excited to hear this. So this is fantastic. One person said composting education in our schools, ? I take it that would be a fantastic thing to learn about as a youngster.
It would. So, traditionally we do have in our schools, we have the tradition of the FFA, or the Future Farmers of America. Mm-hmm. I have had discussions with Graham Christensen about that he is interested in updating. I'm going to use the word updating some of the curriculum that those students that are interested in agriculture are getting. Definitely things like composting, and then these other ways of growing food. We focus, our extension offices and our FFA as a result focus primarily on conventional agriculture. Our land grant university does the same thing. So it's important that we find ways to educate students about these these alternative farming practices that are more regenerative and are potential solutions to our ecological crises. And composting is definitely a piece of that. There's a group called Kiss the Ground that has a free curriculum on composting and other agricultural practices that is something that it could be utilized by any teacher that's out there and has the opportunity to present that information in their classes.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's fantastic. I urge any educators out there to reach out to Nebraskans for Peace or Amanda if you want any more information on that. That's great. Okay. Can you please reshare the app for food waste reduction? I guess that we'll try to get to that on the back end, but yeah, we'll post that I'll have somebody post that in the Facebook comments for you. Nancy, thank you so much for asking. We had this question. I heard you mention eating meat is good. However, you have to be careful about how much you eat. What's a good amount of meat to eat per week if you're looking at really being health conscious?
Yeah. So I personally don't eat any meat. But in terms of there's always this sort of spectrum of healthy eating, where on the one end, you're eating, a completely organic, whole foods, plant-based diet, that's devoid of processed foods and things like that. And then on this end, you have, cheeseburgers, milkshakes, and pizza every day, 3 times a day. Right. And depending on your own level of, depending on what your goals are and your baseline health status, you may have to move further to this end of the spectrum than other people might have to. What we typically recommend to people is that really you only if you're getting 5 to 10% of your calories from animal foods, then that's probably appropriate. The way that the Lancet or the Eat Lancet Commission, their planetary health diet, I think it allows for something like 30 grams of meat a week, of red meat a week, which is basically one serving, one small serving per week. Poultry, it allows for a little bit more poultry. It allows for about 1 egg a week. It allows for about 2 or 3 servings of dairy a week, that kind of thing. So I would encourage people to look at the Eat Lancet Commission, their planetary health plate, because that will give you good guidance as to what you can do to eat for planetary health. But it's also a really good baseline diet for human health as well.
I see. What? So there's the culture of recycling. So how do we? There's a lot of talk about how to change culture in so many aspects. Obviously, in this pandemic and with the Black Lives Matter movement, everybody's trying to change culture, and these are huge issues. So how do we change culture of recycling when we need to reduce more and rethink? How do we get that ingrained into people's minds that that's important to do?
Yeah. So, when we talk about the R's, we talk about reduce, reuse, recycle. Recycle is last for a reason, because recycling is, it's not the end all be all that, we all once were taught that it was. And some people are even saying that it's a complete waste of time, that things really aren't getting recycled like they're supposed to be. We really do somehow have to adopt a mindset of sufficiency. And so we have to determine in our lives, and I feel like the pandemic has been an opportunity for us to reflect upon that, about, a lot of our lives really slowed down. I know for us, the pandemic was somewhat of a blessing in disguise, in the sense that it forced us to reevaluate our priorities and what was really important. And stuff and material possessions are just not important. How we change that culture, how we work to adopt a mindset of sufficiency and reduce a consumerism-based lifestyle is going to be challenging. And my fear is that it will be a forced change. Because if we do not, there's a book called Voluntary Simplicity. And if we don't voluntarily simplify our lives, it's very probable that because of resource depletion and overutilization and climate change complicating those things, that it's very likely that we're going to be forced to simplify our lives. And people don't like to be forced to do anything. So if we can adopt it ahead of time, that would be better.
Well, yeah. And, in a sense, we are being forced to cook more at home. I mean, here we are with more recycling building up inside of our homes. In mine, it does. And, I lived in Chicago for 10 years where recycling was just a free service by the city. Yeah. And I wish that was the case here in Lincoln. So we talk about these forced culture changes. There was another question about turning your lawn, using your lawn as a garden, and using up more of what's known as your lawn space to actually provide food for your home. What do you think about that?
I think that lawns should probably be banned, quite frankly. We use in this country, we have. I don't know. I can't remember what the statistic is, but if everyone utilized their lawn as food production space, we wouldn't really have any food supply issues. You think about the amount of grass space that is utilized at around each person's home, and it's enormous. It's a huge amount of space. So urban agriculture could allow for us to, transition those spaces into food producing systems. And that would greatly increase not only the nutritional value of the food that we are producing, but it would improve access to food for a lot of people and reduce food insecurity. So absolutely, that's a great step forward. The problem that's been is that zoning issues and village boards and city councils, no one wants to do that because it doesn't fit our vision of what an American suburb looks like, right? Mm-hmm. And that goes back to part of this, changing culture, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and what is beautiful and what is aesthetically pleasing, and what is just necessary to do for our perpetuation.
Sure. Along with that, the word insecurity. So somebody might be insecure about using their lawn for a garden area. Can you tell us, if you know of any, who might be able to help sort of get something like that going, or who might be able to help grow their own food? We had a question about that. He also said, we are changing our yard to a food forest. We have 5 fruit trees, 2 aronia berry bushes, a large garden, changing the grass to white Dutch clover lawn, and 4 honeybee hives. Wow. All in the middle of Omaha. So
yeah, that's amazing. And that can be emulated. Somebody out there, I'm sure, has more information about this than me, but I know that there are services, organizations that do help people with seeds and potting soil, especially for people who maybe live in apartments, don't have a lawn, and want to do a container type garden. So I know that there are some organizations out there doing that kind of work. And there are now people that are starting their own farms in cities by just agreeing to, or utilizing other people's lawns. So maybe they only have a very small piece themselves, but then they contract, make a deal with a few neighbors that they can also farm their yard for them in exchange, maybe for produce or a little bit of proceeds from the sale of those foods at the farmers markets, etc. So there are a lot of really clever people out there doing a lot of really great things, and really only takes a little Google search to find them.
Yeah, Backyard Farmer has a lot of great information. My buddy Tom Janung had mentioned that. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, Backyard Farmer is a great source for stuff like that. And also KZUM, I'll give a shout out to KZUM and Bob over there. He's full of great information as well, which you can probably reach out to him. Something that spurred my interest as a technological guy and a developer was that you mentioned in the UK, they have an app that tells you when food is about to go expired. And I think that is an incredible idea. I've never heard of that in the States. Have you heard of something like that in the States?
There are. And I think that app is called Too Good to Go. Mm-hmm. But as I was looking at their website last night, I believe that they now have a US based one too. Don't quote me on that, but they think they may. But there is another app, and the name of it escapes me, but essentially it is somebody, people in their areas go and identify where somebody might have a fruit tree in their yard, and they don't ever pick the fruit from it. And so then people can identify where those trees are, and the people that live there have allowed for people to come and take the fruit, pick the fruit and take it. And so there are applications out there like that tie people together, people who have resources that they're not going to use, to other people who might want to go, glean from those places. So those types of apps are available as well. Okay. But yes, there are a lot of people doing work on that. There are apps for things like, if you're a fish eater, if you're a pescatarian, some fish is more sustainably caught or raised than others. And there is an app that tells you, in your area, which fish to look for on the menu, because those are more sustainable. So yeah, lots of work being done in that space.
Fantastic. Okay. just going through some more questions. Thank you, everybody, out there so much for being a part of this morning. This is fantastic. These questions are coming in. County extension agents are a great source of info, too, someone had mentioned. Okay, fantastic. Food buying clubs are another source of organic foods at a better price. That's interesting. Food buying clubs. I've not heard of this.
Yeah, food buying clubs and cooperatives. So Nebraska does have a food cooperative where people were, you can access that type of bulk buying opportunities and then sharing that. Co-ops are fairly easy to set up, and so if you have enough people that are interested in purchasing food in bulk that's locally produced and sustainably produced, you need only gather them up together and then contact some of these local growers, and they'll help you out. I mean, these growers are looking for places to, they're looking for ways to connect to consumers. And so if you can band together a small group of your friends, you can start your own buying club.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
So we're coming up on our next speaker, but I'm fascinated with home cooking, especially now being forced to cook more at home. There's some incredible groups on Facebook. Cooking during the pandemic is a huge one that my buddy Brendan Evans helped start, and that's now it's amazing. So check that out if you want some fun at home cooking ideas. But what is your favorite thing to cook at home, and what is your favorite thing, like a cookbook? Do you have a favorite cookbook that we might be able to?
So I actually have an app that I go to. It's a recipe app. It's actually called One Green Planet, and their app is called Food Monster. But everything is plant-based on their app, and so they send out new recipes every day. So I like to try different things on there. We tend to cook a lot of the same things over and over again, but I love to cook, and I love to cook all sorts of things. So I don't know that I necessarily have a favorite, but I'm working on my bread baking skills. It's not going great, but I'm practicing. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. We're all getting better at cooking, which is, I think, a beautiful thing. There's magic that happens in the kitchen, no matter who says. It's a fantastic way to share your energy with people and share some love with people over food. Yeah. Well, it's been awesome to get to know you through your knowledge. This is great. Thank you so much for sharing and being a part of today. We're some lucky people to be a part of this event. And yes, if anybody wants to find more information about you, is there a place they can go to do that?
Yeah, so you can reach me through, there's various ways. The Institute's website is ihph.doane.edu, and you can contact me through that website, or you can also reach me at Dr. McKinney at preventreverse.com.
Fantastic. Real quick, Elaine Wells had a question somebody else piped in about who are the decision makers we should contact and work with. I'm not totally sure what she was talking about. I'm assuming she may have meant city council, some of these type of people. I'll wait for someone to mention that, but decision makers, I'm assuming she's.
Yeah, I suppose if it's about farming in your yard, obviously city council members or village board members, right, to reduce those types of restrictions. It's always important to, we got to get out and vote, folks. We also need to put pressure on our federal representatives.
That's right.
And even our state representatives as well. So.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you, and have a lovely day. Happy weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You betcha. Okay. Talk to you soon. Mm-hmm. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, everyone. So this moves us on to our next portion. This morning's workshop, I do see him in the green room, so we're all set to have him come on and join us. I'm so excited. So This morning workshop sessions picks up on multiple perils and opportunities outlined by Dr. McKinney, as you noticed, with a discussion on making the new Green Deal a reality. Anthony Carafe Rogers Wright is a Green Deal policy led for the Climate Justice Alliance, selected as one of the grist.org 50 people you'll be talking about. He served as a policy advisor for Senator Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential campaign. There's no one better equipped to explain what the Green New Deal is and how we make it a political reality. Okay, let's get him on. This is Anthony Rogers Wright. Hi, Anthony. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you take it, and let's see. Do we have a PowerPoint for you or no?
We sure do.
Okay, yeah. Let me pull that up, and I'll get you going.
Great, and I can rely on you to switch the slides. Is that right?
Sure. Just awesome. give me. I'll make sure to keep an eye on it, and I'll try to follow you the best I can. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for being here this morning.
Thanks for having me.
In the meantime, why don't you tell people about who you are and where you're coming from, and I'll get this pulled up in just one second.
Well, yeah, no, thank you, Michael. I'll say that it's really great to be here. I'm Anthony Carafe Rogers Wright, the policy coordinator and Green New Deal lead for the Climate Justice Alliance. We are a network of over 70 frontline grassroots organizations throughout the country, including Indian country and the U.S. colonies of Puerto Rico and Guam. Our belief is in using a just transition through energy democracy and food sovereignty to arrive at what we refer to as regenerative economies for all people. Today I'll be speaking on behalf of myself, so my opinions don't necessarily represent the opinions of my incredible and illustrious organization. And what we're going to talk about today is how we make the Green New Deal a reality by going into some of the root causes of the climate crisis, and then talking about what a Green New Deal really looks like here in Nebraska. And so we'll obviously be talking about specifically the agribusiness industry, which is such a big part of this state's economy. Billions and billions of dollars generated and invested in hundreds of thousands of jobs. So with that, we can get started with the first slide, where what we're really talking about is how climate change works, right? So climate change is a system of oppression. We talk a lot about it in terms of emissions and sea level rise and degrees centigrade of how quickly and high the Earth is warming. But at the heart of it, the intersection of climate change represents racial, ethnic injustice, economic injustice, and gender identification injustice. As we say at the Climate Justice Alliance, we need to go after the root causes of this crisis, which are white supremacy, patriarchy, and colonization. We can go to the next slide, please. And there you go. That's climate change. That's my little animation. And if you click it again, it'll get us to our next slide, which talks about other climate disruption contributors, or I use climate disruption rather than climate change. And if you click the arrow, you'll see these interlinked crises that also contribute to the climate crisis, which include everything from our legal, political, cultural, religious, educational, economic, military, and environmental institutions. In other words, and if you take COVID-19, for instance, which of course is a global pandemic, I refer to it as a great elucidator, a magnifying glass of showing how all of these interlinked crises were already in play. And all of these interlinked crises contribute to the climate crisis. And as we know, the climate crisis is really disproportionately impacting Black, Brown, Indigenous, Asian Pacific Islanders, and poor white people. As we like to say, these are the people who are getting hit first and worst right now. So it's also important to understand that climate change isn't some in the distance catastrophe that awaits us. It's happening right now, and it's impacting our lives right now, and it's certainly going to be exacerbated for the lives of our children and our grandchildren. So we can go to the next slide. So that brings us to this idea of what the Green New Deal is. In 2018, it really dominated the lexicon of the climate community. We have incredible thinkers, including Naomi Klein, writing books about it and talking about it. Here's a quote that I'll get to from incredible thinkers like Noam Chomsky, incredible youth movements, including the Sunrise Movement, and other organizations just embrace it immediately. But we have to ask ourselves, what is it really? Is it just a hashtag? Is it a 2018 joint resolution that failed in the Senate, where I might add when Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell brought it up for a vote, Senate Democrats did not vote yes for it. They voted present. So is it just a resolution, or is it a call to action that addresses and repairs interlinked crises that I spoke about previously as a means to act on climate change? You'll see two quotes from myself and the great Noam Chomsky. I'm certainly not putting myself on the same level as that brother, but what he's talking about is achieving zero emissions from all energy sources by 2050. I would argue that we have to act much faster than that. Really, if we go beyond 2035, where we would already have breached the 1.5 degrees centigrade threshold that has been put in place by the International Panel on Climate Change from the UN, we're going to be in a lot of trouble, and especially right here in Nebraska, which I'll get to in a moment, which is why I posit that any Green New Deal and all climate policy in general must not be utilized solely as a fundraising tactic, a talking point to win elections. It has to be a tool that builds and establishes and maintains long-term grassroots power that fosters trans-local organizing models that are inclusive, equitable, and accessible to all people. Next slide, please. So in determining how to really articulate that so that everybody could embrace it, because one thing that I will say is that the Green New Deal was not embraced by the communities, and it still hasn't been fully embraced by the communities who are being the most impacted. And these are Democratic, progressive voters, whether they're Indigenous, Black, Brown, or Asian, because it hasn't really been speaking to them. One reason why is because even the term Green New Deal is very, very triggering specifically for Black and Brown people who were left out of FDR's New Deal. For more reading on that, you can check out great books by people like Eduardo Porter, his book American Poison, where he refers to FDR's New Deal as welfare for white people, and the great journalist and author Ira Katz-Nelson, who has an incredible book called When Affirmative Action Was White. So in this sense, even hearing the term New Deal already excluded a lot of people, which is why at the Climate Justice Alliance, we decided to make a tool called the People Solutions Lens for a Green New Deal, which asks 5 important but basic questions. Who is telling the story? So would we as Black and Brown and people who are on the front lines have referred to it as the New Deal? Maybe we would have referred to it as Green Reconstruction. Reconstruction, of course, an era of 8 years where freed Black slaves, created businesses, got heavily into politics. And it was so effective, Reconstruction, that it unleashed one of the worst terrorists, domestic terrorists in US history, Jim Crow. So who is telling the story is very, very important, because if we're not speaking for ourselves and telling our own story, someone else is going to co-opt it and tell it for us, and that's not how we get to climate justice. Secondly, who is making the decisions? And this is something that we battle with at the Climate Justice Alliance, and frontline Black and Brown and Indigenous grassroots environmental justice organizations have been going through, unfortunately, for years and decades with what people refer to as mainstream environmental groups, whether it's EDF or the Sierra Club or NRDC, where they unfortunately have been making the decisions that impact our communities. And of course, that is also antithetical to climate justice, because we have demonstrated this summer, if this summer has taught us anything, is that we will never be able to act fully on climate change until we have racial justice and people who are most impacted by the crises are at the table making the decision. We then have to ask ourselves, who is benefiting from these policies? Who's benefiting from the nomenclature, from the story, and how are they benefiting? And then the final 2 questions is, what else will this impact? Right now, as some of you may know, the Democrats passed a dirty energy bill just 2 days ago, filled with false solutions and perverse subsidies for the fossil fuel industry. And they took out provisions that would force the study of cumulative impacts. So you have to look at not just like what your policy impacts directly, but also indirectly, and how that may disproportionately impact the people who these policies are supposed to benefit first and foremost. And then the final question is, how will this build or shift power? What we do do understand the sister who was just speaking before me talked about going out and voting, which is of course very important, because this year what we understand, if President Obama's last 4 years was any indication, winning the presidency alone will not be enough. If the Senate is also not shifted, any of the policies that we want to see implemented are not going to go through. And we also know that we will not be able to necessarily rely on executive action or executive orders, because we know with the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, which is very unfortunate and very scary for all of us, that any executive order with a 6-3 court, conservative court, could be deemed unconstitutional. So we have to shift power in all levels of government, including at the local level. But far too often we overlook the power of county commissioners, state senates, city councils, who also have the power to make Green New Deals a reality. In New York City, we saw the Climate Mobilization Act, which is referred to as the Green New Deal for New York City. New York State passed the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, and even back in Seattle, which is my hometown, a Green New Deal resolution at the local level was passed. So building and shifting power at all levels, not just at the federal level. Next slide, please. So this brings us to specifics for what the Green New Deal can and should mean for the great state of Nebraska, where agriculture, of course, plays a big part in everything that we do in this state, even in the urban parts of the state, whether it's Omaha or Lincoln. What we do know is that agriculture in the United States in 2018 accounted for an estimated 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. I would say actually that level would probably be closer to 15%, because when you account for the pesticides and when you account for the transportation aspects of it, more emissions are going into the atmosphere as a direct result of the big ag business. So that's why I say that we may not even have an actual ag emission in 2020, because our good Senator Deb Fischer in 2018 included, as part of Trump's omnibus tax reform bill, included something called the Fair Accounting and Reporting Method, ironically called the Farm Act, but that actually removes the responsibility of CAFOs and factory farms from having to report their emissions pursuant previously to the Emergency Planning and Community Right to Know Act. What that means right now is that there are small family farms, children, elderly people who do not know what's being emitted from some of these farms due to the Farm Act of 2018. So I'd say it's closer to 15%, but the truth is we do not know the full scale of these emissions. Next slide, please. And also what we know is that increased ag interest as it pertains to the Green New Deal is a function of soil health and survival of the entire ag industry writ large. There's massive soil degradation going on right now with tillage and the use of pesticides are actually killing those soil. We're losing 3 to 5 tons of soil per acre for every crop that we plant, 3 to 5 tons of soil to produce 5 tons of corn and 1.2 tons for soybeans. And then the farming access optimum tells us that at this rate, if we continue farming the way that we do, this industrial ag model, we have 60 harvests left, which means total entropy of U.S. ag by 2080. To put that into perspective, I'm a rather new father. My son, Zaire Cielo, is 5 years old. So that means potentially by the time he retires, the food, the way we are able to produce food will have totally collapsed. So this is why we really have to shift. But also, if we go to the next slide, it's not just about soil health, but it's also a function of public health. What we know is that since 1995, detectable blood levels of glyphosate, a horrible carcinogen that's found in pesticides and things like Roundup created by Monsanto, has gone up exponentially since 1995. As you can see in the graphic, 0.2% of people with detectable levels of 95 has gone up to close to 90% of people. So that means that you and I could have glyphosate in us and not even know it. But also the blood levels have increased, from 0.02% per microliter of blood to 0.77%. So this is a major problem. So we have soil health and we have public health calling for us to really transform absolutely how we produce our food and how we distribute it and who's in control of it. Next slide, please. So, continuing on that idea of agriculture transformation as a function of public health, we know that the USDA has not even really been telling us the full truth. The monitoring of use of antibiotics, drugs, growth promoters, pharmaceutical drugs, pesticides, and heavy metals is a part of USDA that they have not been fully transparent with us about. Over 200 chemicals are examined with a testing method that actually reduces the level that we need to know to make informed decisions about public health and about soil health. As you can see, 3,200 samples of beef per year, 1,600 samples of pork, and 1,600 samples of poultry is simply not enough when you consider how big these industries are. And then finally, the Government Accountability Office and the EPA reporting limits should be lower. This is what they want so that they continue to subsidize big ag, which has incredible amounts of control and influence of our over our government. So USDA test results are understating the actual findings, and that is a public health threat, just like the climate crisis. If we go to the next slide, the good news is that we do have some examples right here in Nebraska who are addressing this and working with farmers to transform. I started a organization with my good friend Graham Christensen, who is a 6th-generation farmer out of Oakland, Nebraska, called Regenerate Nebraska. We created what we call the Regeneration Proclamation as a guide for regenerative agriculture in Nebraska. And what we found by speaking with farmers is that it's not just good for the soil, it's not just good for the climate, but it also refutes this myopic idea that you can either have a pristine environment or a robust economy. As a matter of fact, farmers who switched from industrial ag to regenerative practices saw their yield go up by a factor of 3 per acre. And for actually doing less work because and having to rely on less equipment like machinery and tractors that they aren't even allowed to fix themselves, right? So there's policies in place that are really making it a lose-lose situation for small family farmers who either have to sell to big multinational corporations or file for bankruptcy. At this rate, we are estimating that we will lose 2 out of 5 farms to multinational or bankruptcy this year alone in Nebraska. Next slide. So I like to make a joke that the French don't always surrender. If you click the arrow, we'll see why. So the first click of it reveals that there's an international initiative that was launched in France during the global COP21 conference, consisting of federal and all voluntary stakeholders. And what we found in the 4 per 1,000 initiative, if we go to the hit the arrow, and come up with it, is that the aim of the initiative is to demonstrate that agriculture, and in particular agricultural soils, can play a crucial role in food security as well as in the climate crisis. If we click the arrow again, this is solid documentation that we have. We even have that information right here in Nebraska, is that whether you call it agroecology, agroforestry, conservation agriculture, is that when we allow the soil to do what it's supposed to do and keep it healthy, that it naturally sequesters gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions. As a matter of fact, if we were to transform globally just 0.1 hectares of all of our global farm systems, that in itself would allow us to take enough greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere to cool our planet and get us to about 300 parts per million, which is about what the atmosphere can handle without having these powerful storms, heavy droughts, etc., due to climate disruption of our atmosphere. Hit the arrow one more time. And this is what we're saying, is that an annual growth rate of 0.4% in soil carbon stocks, or 4% a year, would halt the increase of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere related to our human activities. And if we hit it one more time, we come to what I like to refer to as a regenerative revolution. And this is what we're doing and continuing to do in Nebraska. If we hit the arrow, we'll see the first thing that we're doing. We're a community of Nebraskans who are bucking the system in favor of solutions which lies in the soil. And that's what we call regenerative agriculture. Next heading. Regenerative is about going back to the way farming was so that our future can be the one we know it can be. One of the first farmers that we started working with, Nancy, said, I just want agriculture to be what it used to be about growing things for the people, by the people. And I love that saying. You can't get more basic, yet so profound in that statement. Next heading. When farmers do prioritize care for the soil, putting high quality, nutritious food directly in the hands of the people who most lacked access. So we're talking about food deserts. And what we're saying is that we have to go further or farther than food access. We also want food sovereignty. We want to take it back from these big ag businesses that have no interest in the future of Nebraska. It's very similar to the coal industry in states like West Virginia. They go in, they extract, they suck everything that they need, remove mountaintop removal, and then they leave, leaving poisoned water, people with black lung, and we see the same tax that's being utilized by corporations like Costco, who have constructed that chicken broiler plant in Fremont and whatnot. And we know that this is not the way we do business in Nebraska, and they don't care about that. Next heading. And then finally, these regenerative practices, as I said earlier, draw down carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, sink or sequester this in the ground. So agriculture actually can be our best chance to removing rising greenhouse gas emissions that exacerbate the climate crisis, rather than being a catalyst of it. So we can go from a threat multiplier to a solutions multiplier. And if we go to the next slide, and we can go quickly through these before we take some questions, this is what it looks like in person. All of us coming together, Black, Brown, Indigenous. Next slide, please. Having these discussions and creating a regenerative community that is still going. And what I would say is that it pertains to policy intervention. One of my favorite people of all time, Ella Baker, give people light and they will find their own way. We don't need policy experts or elected officials telling us how to implement the policies that we know work for us at the local level towards our own Nebraska-centered Green New Deal. People need to be heard. They need space. They need the resources to craft the solutions necessary for change. And so this is what we refer to as participatory policymaking, influencing the narrative, uplifting our language as Nebraskans, using our terminology, ensuring that farm workers are centered. We know what's been going on with this global pandemic and the way that meat packers, undocumented meat packers, especially undocumented farm workers, are treated. They are deemed essential workers, but they're not getting the essential protections that they need to produce our food in a way that they don't have to put themselves and their families at risk. And then we need lifting up the need for increased resources allocated also to urban agriculture. In North Omaha, where you see tons of abandoned homes or fields that are not being utilized, there is such an opportunity to create isolated food systems in a regenerative way that serves the community, creates jobs, and also reduces the amount of greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm actually going to stop there because I've been talking too much, and we can go to the next step. But that's my presentation, and just to let you know that this is not an expensive thing to do. It really just requires political will and the gumption on the part of the people to take back the farm system in a way that produces healthy food and serves as an effective weapon against the climate crisis. So thanks so much. It's really been an honor to speak with you all today.
Fantastic. Thank you, Anthony. Before you move on, wow, incredible. Thank you so much. That was great. That was great. This is really awesome for me because I get to talk to these incredible minds that are at the forefront of this information, and I thank you so much for that. It's really an honor to talk to you. If you don't mind, I'd like to keep you on board just for a few more minutes and answer some questions. I'm sure people have a lot to ask you, and I know I do. You and I share Graham Christensen as a friend. He's a fantastic friend of mine, and
incredible man. Yeah, one of the best organizers I've ever met in my life. He's
very lucky to have him and his knowledge, and hopefully we can start utilizing some of these ideologies and stuff like this. So while I read through here, I'm going to get you some stuff to chew on, and you can talk to us. And please, I urge the people out there, this is fantastic. We've had a lot of people tune in all morning, so we're getting a lot of interaction going for Nebraskans for Peace. Okay, so we have one question. What percentage of farmers are adopting these regenerative practices in Nebraska?
Yeah, I mean, the number needs to go much higher to the person who asked that question. And this is where we do need to leverage our government to make it worth their while. I personally think that our government, there was a bill sponsored by Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey that would actually compensate farmers who transform to regenerative practices, because they're actually doing a massive service to the public and to the planet. So I would say it's unfortunately less than 10% right now, and Graham would probably have those numbers. So I'll be sure to ask Graham and get those actual numbers to Nebraskans for Peace, so you can share it with your membership. But the short answer is not nearly high enough, and we have to give incentive to because farming is very, very personal, right? And to really get people to make such a transformation, there's a lot of fear. The Trump's trade tariffs certainly didn't help. The flooding of the last 2 years clearly didn't help, and so we have to do better of doing more popular education, like Graham and I have done, and going and speaking with people directly, and really getting more people to do the same. But we need those numbers to go up, and I think that we can do that.
Yes, and I think it comes down to education, and I don't want to turn it political, but there is an element of that happens by default. So I was a part of bringing the Willie Nelson and Neil Young to Neely, Nebraska, and I produced a record that was done in a solar barn to that kind of snowballed into bringing them along with Bold, Nebraska. I worked to make that happen. But what I noticed with the pipeline issues, we talk about these farmers and educating farmers. It seems to me like some of these older farmers, when they're getting a check for $250,000 and up for their land, they don't, if they're in their 80s, they're going to I hope they don't. They're going to take the money and run. But how can we educate some of these older farmers that even if they have kids that are taking over the farm or not, how can we educate them in saying, if you sell your land to corporations, this could really be detrimental to the world?
No, absolutely. One of the first things that Graham taught me, and my partner Paul Wilson, also her family owns a farm in the Scottsbluff area, is that you keep the farm in the family. That's just the first rule. And unfortunately, when I have so much empathy, for, as you were saying, our elderly farmers who are faced with losing it outright, not being able to leave anything to their children and grandchildren, are being taken advantage of. So what it's incumbent upon us, and I think Graham does an incredible job of this, and is growing that with people like Del Fike and I'm forgetting Randy's last name, but we call him Old Man Randy, who are
sure.
going to, Randy, right?
Randy the Rancher.
He knows Randy. Who are doing this work for us, who have relationships with these folk, right? I mean, I've been organizing in and out of Nebraska for 4 or 5 years, but it's going to be better coming from those people, so that they understand what the long-term impacts of that are going to be. If we continue selling our land, and when I say our land, we're also talking about stolen indigenous land, and that's very important to stipulate, is that just the idea of if we're really about America first. I see Brittany's question. That can't happen if our soil is owned by multinational corporations. So it's hard. It's a hard conversation to have, but we have to get to long-term thinking, and we have to put more programs in place to keep young people on the farm, because when they see that a good year is just being able to pay your bills, that's no incentive for them to remain in this business. And if their parents ultimately pass away, they have no other option but to sell it. I can't fault them for that, but we have to do the work to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and Randy Thompson is who we're
Randy Thompson.
Randy Thompson, the great, we call there's numerous names, but Randy the Rancher, big cowboy, white hat, fantastic voice in the fight against the pipeline. You did touch a little bit, but I want to give Brittany Cooper's full question. What can be done at the state and local level to push the Green New Deal?
No, that's a great question. Graham and I were able to work with state senators from the legendary Ernie Chambers to Republicans with a conscience like John McAllister, who I think is a terrific man, to get cover cropping legislation through. Right. I think that you said it, Michael, earlier, of sort of taking the politics out of it. What I think farmers do respond to, if you're going to help the farm, they don't care if it's coming from a Democrat, a Republican, or independent.
Mm-hmm.
What I will say is more at the local level, which is a very good question, is to start asking your county commissioners, what they're doing to preserve the farm and the environment at the same time, because there's zoning that can be done at the county commissioner level that can zone out like big factory farms and CAFOs like the Costco facility, so asking them about that. And then even at the Public Service Commission level, right, when we're stopping pipelines from going in through our farms and using eminent domain to take our farms, that's something that we can do at the local level as well. As a matter of fact, at the end of the day, with the Keystone XL pipeline, what is really causing it a lot of trouble right now is not the federal government, but local governments, local Public Service Commissions that are saying, no, we don't like that route. So you're going to have to find another one. So there is massive power at the local level. And people need to realize that we can do things from the bottom up instead of waiting for things to happen from the top down. Finally, what I'll say to Brittany is that, even Congress members like Don Bacon have been listening, because they're not foolish. If they understand that farmers have not necessarily been treated greatly by this administration. So they are willing to listen when you're talking about an industry as important as ag is in Nebraska.
Wonderful. That's great information. Biagio Aroba. Now, some of these names, I'm sorry if I'm getting them wrong. I'm an elected Johnny Carson type here. So here we go. I love the idea of making this relatable to Black and Indigenous people. I didn't quite understand the connection, though. If I am from an impoverished tribal community in the region, how does this discussion apply to me?
I am so happy that you asked that question. So first of all, going back to the New Deal, we know that the USDA used racist practices to take farmland away from Indigenous people and from Black people. Regenerative agriculture allows Indigenous people to really exercise the sovereignty that we have to continue to restore to them. Graham and I have been working with the Winnebago tribe for a year. And what we were told is that if the tribe does not control its own food production, then the tribe is not sovereign. I'm happy to report to Biagio that we have started a regenerative practices even in Pine Ridge in Thunder Valley, where they have a regenerative poultry operation, and now they're producing their own eggs and selling their own eggs. The Winnebago tribe has just, if you have not been to the Winnebago reservation yet, you really need to drive up there and see the incredible work that they're doing in consultation and coordination with the Ho Chunk Corporation that really takes care of their people. They have regenerated their bison herd, and they're increasing the amount of regenerative poultry that they're using as well. So as one person said to us, Biagio, is that regenerative agriculture is a native way. That's how natives have always done it. And that's what it's about, is like returning our relationship to the land. And there are no people who can teach us that wisdom, who hold that wisdom more than Indigenous people. So Indigenous people are a big part of the regenerative fight, and they have already demonstrated what can happen when they take their land back and use their practices to preserve the land for generations.
Fantastic. He said I did okay on his name, so I'm good. All right. Fantastic. Thank you for the great question, Biagio. Capitalists have liquidated the planet for profits, leading to the extinction of 60% of plant and animal species. Can we really save the human species without eliminating capitalist system itself? Boy, that's a interesting.
That's not a coffee question. I would say that there is, in short, there is no way to adroitly address the climate crisis with capitalism. It's just like capitalism is antithetical to regenerative ag and all the various systems that we need. And I'm not saying necessarily to get into a socialist, communist versus capitalist argument, but I would agree with that question that without some massive transformations to capitalism, we're pretty much lost, because capitalism is all about extraction. It's all about exploitation of workers, of people, of land, for profit. It puts profit over people, and we know this. So, in short, no, we cannot address the climate crisis through a hyper-capitalist system. It's absolutely impossible.
Well, that goes back to the temptation of farmers being tempted by checks. It's exactly the same notion. So it's either land over profit.
That's right.
Or family.
Okay.
Boy, it's interesting. Very interesting. That needs its own show. That question itself needs its own show. Fantastic. A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
How fast do we have to work to change things?
Yeah, I see that came from Tim. Tim, the answer to that is very, very fast. Some scientists say that if we don't get serious in the next 8 years, we are going to breach 1.5 degrees in warming, and that is going to unleash havoc, droughts, rising sea levels, and then the social problems and social breakdowns that come with it. For instance, Prince Charles was mocked when he said a lot of the unrest that occurred in Syria about 4 or 5 years ago was due to the climate crisis, and he was absolutely right. These were farmers who lost the ability to grow food, that had to run to the cities, already overcrowded cities, which increased competition for basic resources like water and food. So we have to act very, very fast. Like we say, we want to switch to renewable sources, but time is not a resource that is renewable. So we've got about 8 years, and that means that we have to start yesterday, unfortunately, right? I mean, everything that we're doing that contributes to the climate crisis is happening every day. Car travel, air travel, industrial agriculture, CAFOs and whatnot. So I would actually say we have a deficit of time, which is why Graham and I and so many others are pushing regenerative ag, because that can buy us some time in terms of the amount of greenhouse gases that will be naturally sequestered into the soil where it belongs.
Wow. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. These are powerful thoughts, folks. And this is something to take to the polls. Everybody that's listening.
Oh, and then real quick, Michael, what I would say is I'd be remiss to say this is Nebraskans for peace, right? Yeah. So climate action is action for peace, because we have seen, again, Syria being an example. There's an amazing man named Ken Henshaw, who's literally fighting the fossil fuel industry single-handedly in Nigeria. He showed a map in Paris at the COP21 conference where the biggest aquifer that served farmers, as it reduced in level, right, and amount, the amount of people joining Boko Haram increased. Boko Haram, of course, being a far-right Islamic jihadist terrorist organization. And what Ken told us was these aren't jihadists who are joining Boko Haram. They are farmers who cannot farm anymore. And when, like you were saying, those checks, $200 a month, to do atrocities, that $200 a month would feed their families. So as the climate crisis increases, the pursuit of peace needs to increase even more, because the more climate disruption there is, the less peace there's going to be globally and locally.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, you don't get peace without communication. And
that's right.
And that's communication comes information. So that's fantastic. All those pieces need to come together. Well, this has been really great. And our buddy Graham Christensen speaking up, he says, "Speak, Brother Anthony." That's great. Speak, Brother Anthony. That's great. Anthony, thank you for your focus on Nebraska and broadening to a global farming, says Cynthia Ruby. Fantastic. The questions are coming in. This is fantastic. This is great. I love it. I just love it. Let's see. That must be a question. The horror apocalypse, forest fires, incineration of the Amazon does not give me hope and causes ecological mental depression. Hey, absolutely. I think that's a thing. That's a thing that this is why we need change. We need work. The comments are coming in, and let's see. I think let's do one more question if you don't mind. Okay, great. How do we get politicians to understand the crises when the grocery store aisles are full?
I mean, they may be right now, but we have already seen microcosms of what happens when they are not. We have seen things get so bad during the global pandemic that farmers have literally been destroying food, just to stay afloat. So we have to, our lawmakers need to think long term, right? We can't have short term thinking. The question about capitalism, that's short term thinking. Do not account for what you're seeing right now as what will happen. Instead, think about that scenario of when the grocery store aisles are not full and what we're going to do. And this is where we're talking about whether it's Graham's work with GC Resolve or Regenerate Nebraska, is that like we have to be in control of the way our food is distributed and the way that it is grown, because if they may be full like right now, but we are one drought away. An increase in the pandemic, which we still don't have under control. Forest fires, that smoke is impacting Nebraska. You can see the skies are hazier, every day. The sunsets have been more pretty, but for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
And so don't count on that happening. I think that we are pretty comfortable in this affluent nation, but not all of us are as comfortable as others. And the aisles may be also full now, but when those prices go up precipitously because of one disaster that could just wipe it all out, we don't want to find out what's going to happen, because again, that is what could lead to an evisceration of the type of peace and social cohesion that we're going to need to come together as Nebraskans, as mutual citizens of the planet Earth. So what we do to get lawmakers to understand is what we saw this summer when George Floyd was lynched and Breonna Taylor was murdered. We take to the streets and we let them know that this is not working for us. And if they don't serve us, then we have to hold them accountable, as the sister who before me said, at the voting booth, and then again in the streets. As Saul Alinsky said, win, work harder, lose, work harder, but always exercise your voices. They are so much more powerful than we realize. And I'm not just talking about writing letters or making phone calls. I'm talking about real structural change that is necessary. We come from a tradition of farmers and coal miners who, when they weren't being served by their governments, let it be known that they weren't being served by their governments. We have to return to that power, the power of the unions and the power of local communities coming together as, no pun intended, knowing when to bring their pitchforks out and let their officials know that you're not serving us.
Wow, this is fantastic, folks. Again, local power. That's wonderful, wonderful statements. This is pure information coming from you, Anthony, and it's a joy to hear you speak. Can you tell me where you're located right now? Where are you living right now?
Yeah, I'm actually in Omaha. So I've been here since January to get out of the out of Seattle when COVID was just out of control there. Graham's here. Graham's like my best friend in the state. And
I was just curious. I didn't know you mentioned Seattle, but I'm glad you're here. Okay, we're going to move on. We're just 1 minute over, but I thank you so much. This has been great to talk to you. Great to meet you. And one real tight question: where can people find you and get more information? I personally want to know.
Yeah, please go to Regenerate Nebraska. We've got a Facebook page. You can leave messages for Graham and I there. Okay. Check out Graham's organization company, GC Resolve, Graham at gcresolve.org, I think. But just go to GC Resolve and you can get messages to both of us from that email address as well.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you so much, Anthony. Great to meet you, my friend. Okay, all right. Well, have a nice day. Happy weekend. All right, talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Wonderful, folks. Okay, we're going to move on with the program. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. This is great. And remember to share it. Make sure to share it and share it and share it and have your friends share it. We can't share this enough. This is great information we need to get out. So, all right, I'm going to welcome Ron Todd Meyer back on the program. Let's see if he's here with us. Here he is. Hello, Ron. How are you?
Hi, Mike. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful. I'll let you take the helm, my friend, and I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Great. All right. Well, I want to thank our two previous speakers. I'm a retired farmer, and I came to the realization, like Anthony said at the end there, that if people don't have enough to eat and a decent place to live, it does not create peace. And I'm also a veteran of a war for that very reason. Okay, I want to welcome again all of you to our 50th anniversary presentation on reflections on our roots with 4 of Nebraskans for Peace founding members from a half century ago. On the panel, we have Doane Reeves, a Society of Friends member, formerly of Central City, Nebraska's, and the first president from Central City, Nebraska, and the first president of Nebraskans for Peace. Mike Shonsey, a University of Nebraska graduate, who served as the organization's first president, first staff person. And we have Marilyn, McNabb, who is succeeded Mike and was the first female coordinator, and UNL Emeritus Professor Paul Olson, who was a founding member in 1970 and today still serves on the NFP State Board. So I will turn this over to Doane, who will give some of the early history of Nebraskans for Peace.
Good morning from Ohio. Greetings to lots of people who weren't here 50 years ago and a few of us who are still around. The Vietnam War was the trigger for the creation of Nebraskans for Peace, but it was not the only thing out there. My first action regarding Vietnam in 1954 was to sign a Quaker-sponsored statement questioning whether the United States should support France in their last days in South Asia and warning against taking their place. I was a Methodist in those days. In the Methodist Church, once you've been ordained, you can't be unordained. If you don't behave properly, you may be assigned to a non-pastoral job or appointed to a charge out in the boondocks. In 1965, Tom Rehorn, pastor in the church, was reassigned from the Wesley Center in Omaha to the Methodist Church in Fullerton, Nebraska, partly because, as he said, I have applied the gospel to the social issues and been fired for so doing. Arlo Hoppe from Schuyler was at least a second generation in a family of politically progressive farmers. He and Marilyn learned about Tom Rehorn's move to Fullerton and drove over on a Sunday afternoon to meet this guy. They soon began attending his church and often staying for lunch. They soon invited Merle and Cindy Hansen of Newman Grove, then Fred and Maxine Schroeder from Shelton, to join them for monthly Sunday afternoon gatherings. They began to write and solicit editorials from newspapers. They bought a weekly slot on the Columbus radio station, and they formalized these efforts in 1967 as Rural Nebraskans for Peace, a voice for the concerned people of Nebraska who wish to speak out on the moral issues of our time and to provide voices of sanity raised in the name of humanity against the crimes of war. Their efforts attracted attention around the state, some sympathetic and much not so. Weston and June Webb and Evelyn and Henry Schutz from Central City Quakers were among the early responders, and a little later, other Central City Quakers, including myself and Ted Reeves, my dad, soon joined. The war in Vietnam was high on the Rural Nebraskans for Peace agenda, but other issues from their longer involvement stayed on the agenda: segregation, civil rights, corporate greed, family farms, rural communities. On parallel tracks, three other efforts played into the beginnings of Nebraskans for Peace. One was the student moratorium and related activities at the University of Nebraska, about which you'll hear more from Mike Shonsey in a moment, I think. Some other Lincoln-based activities used the name Nebraskans for Peace in Vietnam from about 1966. Dan and Marge Schlitt and others were a part of that effort. Some of their activities overlapped with those from the university. A second series of activities were a series of protests and activities in Omaha from about the same time, 1966, led by Father John Krejci, Father John McCaslin, Vince McAndrews, and others, including, I believe, Mike Shonsey, who came from Omaha. The third stream was clergy and laity concerned about Vietnam, which was founded in 1967. And in 1969, they were trying to build a national network. Don Gall, United Church of Christ minister, came back from one of the regional conferences with an offer to subsidize a staff person in Nebraska. So at Don Gall's urgency, Fred Schroeder of Rural Nebraskans for Peace and Mike Shonsey, then a UNL student, convened persons from these separate efforts in late 1969 to consider a joint venture, and that group named an informal steering committee. Early meetings of this committee were not always easy. Although there was unity among all of it about getting out of Vietnam at an early date, the group spent more than one full meeting discussing whether the combined agenda should include other shared concerns, and even whether Vietnam would be part of the name for the new group. Indeed, there was a question whether we ought to set up a formal organization at all, lest we continue to fuss about organizational red tape. In a critical February 1970 meeting, Dave Powell, associate pastor of Trinity Methodist Church, and I were named as officers. The group named a committee to set up a minimum organization, agreed to make decisions by consensus, decided to try to hire a coordinator, and set about convincing other Nebraskans that being in Vietnam was a serious mistake, but not to restrict itself to that issue. Funds to match our ambitions for staff and program have been a problem from NFP from the beginning. But with these tentative decisions in hand, I spent a couple of evenings on the phone, mostly with these rural Nebraska stalwarts, and got commitments that enabled us to feel safe in hiring the first full-time coordinator, Nick Meinhardt, depending on the interim on Mike Shonsey and a considerable cast of volunteers, some of whom I depend on him to name. A fall 1971 appeal letter listed the major accomplishments for the first year and a half. We sponsored Weston Webb from Grand Island at the 1970 Paris Conference on Ending the War in Indochina. He appeared before more than 50 audiences across the state. We triggered discussion and action groups in at least 8 out-state communities. Somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 Nebraskans, including some FBI and some undercover police people, I think, marched from UNL campus to a hearing on the state capitol steps in May 1971, which was sponsored by Ernie Chambers and John DeCamp. It featured a range of speakers, including a couple of Vietnam veterans, notably Bob Ferry. We arranged straight ride tours by Eric Wright and Judy Byndon, two widely followed anti-war figures. We had booths at both the 1970 and 1971 stairs. In March 1971, it was attended by more than 200 of at least 450 contributors. And we established and were mailing the Nebraska report to nearly 2,500 Nebraskans. So began our 50 years together. We're still at it on the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doane. And I see Mike Shonsey has joined us, and I will let him give a few comments about his time with Nebraskans for Peace back in the 70s.
Well, first to say it's an honor to be here with Don and Paul. I don't know if Marilyn and I ever knew each other, but Don and Paul changed my life and set me on a different path in my life. And I've always appreciated that. And my days as a student, I was about 21 years old when all this was going on. I was influenced, and it was great to have wonderful mentors like Paul and Don and other people. I just also want to say hello to people that I knew at that time, maybe Larry Zink and others that are out there, and appreciate their kind of friendships over the years and their involvement early on. My involvement at the university was that I grew up in Omaha, came to the university, had already been involved with some civil rights activities in Omaha, and kind of got really right involved with civil rights activities. Leila Shanks, last time I saw her, spoke about a meeting about when the university was trying to move into the Malone Center, and I was actually one of the people that helped organize that, and had a long relationship with the Shanks. My former wife, Shonsey, and I kind of would take groups of people over to the Shanks house and to sort of see what Black people were like, and it was interesting, and they were wonderful. So there was a lot of activity against the war. I don't remember Carl Davison very well, but the SDS people were involved. There was the Nebraskans for Peace in Vietnam that were, and Dan Schlitz and other people, I think most university professors. There was the UMHE, which was the religious center at campus, and their ministers, Don Pickering and Sue Tidball, were very supportive and I think involved with those early protests. There was things that happened during those days that kind of all led up to the moratorium. Now the moratorium, I think, was October 15th, 1969, and it was really a group of it was really an effort by a lot of people. Steve Tewald, Dan Laidley, Phil Metcalf. We had a great support from Jack Todd, who was the editor of the Daily Nebraskans at that time. Let's see, Al Saporn. All these people sort of came together, and with a lot of other people from the campus that organized the moratorium march. We covered the campus with leaflets. I think Bud Narveson had I think it was Bud's house that had an offset press, and we were down there cranking the offset press and putting out leaflets and basically covered the campus. And we were surprised that day because we had probably around 5,000 people, probably the largest march in Lincoln's history at that time, to the state capitol. And Al and I were kind of ahead of it and sort of was surprised. And we would take a step and then the crowd would move us. We'd take another step and the crowd would move us with us again. So anyway, we went down, we marched to the Capitol that day. It was a huge success. It was being filmed, I would think, by the government. We had a government agent show up the night before the march and talk about trying to create violence that day during the march. We all, Don and Paul and probably Marilyn, myself, Bobby, all have FBI files. That was part of what went on in those days. My father-in-law was always wanting me to get my FBI file. I don't know if Paul and Don ever got theirs, but anyway. So after the march, I had some contact with Nick Meinhardt in Omaha. Omaha, even though it was a much larger city, maybe had 200 people at their moratorium march, and Nick reached out to me and to try to figure out how we might help them and see how things could be expanded. I think Nick and I organized a protest at the Keynote building because the Keynote company was building the MX missiles at that time. So the moratorium, I think, was the as Don said, was the impetus to realize that there was a bigger movement, and there was more people involved, or more people that could be involved, and that's why it turned in. And that's why we kind of got Nebraskans for Peace going. I mean, the impetus was Don Gall showing up and talking to Fred Schroeder and me, and with the effort with the money from Clergy and Laymen Concerned to start an organization. Fred and I went our separate ways in the sense that he got people from rural Nebraskans for Peace. I recruited people from Lincoln and Omaha, maybe with Nick's help, I can't remember exactly, to be on the board. The Omaha people never got real involved with Nebraskans for Peace, and maybe just that's the nature of the beast. But and then we set out. We had an office. Kay Young and Marge Schlitt were real involved with helping me kind of run an office. I had a role. I had two roles. I had both. I still had the moratorium role, and I had the role of being the first coordinator for Nebraskans for Peace. I was the voice going, this is all about Vietnam rather than about other issues. I was also very green and didn't know exactly how to work with a nonprofit board. I thought I was it, and I thought they were supposed to help me. Otherwise, I realized that wasn't the case. So that was good. I was surprised because in those dual roles, I negotiated a lot with the city police department and with their people. And one time, in meeting with their officers in one of the marches, maybe the second or third moratorium march, I discovered that they had a file about Nebraskans for Peace. What that indicated was they had a spy. There was a spy in our board of directors that was reporting back to the Lincoln police. So anyway, it was a great opportunity for me to be involved. It's a great opportunity to me to get to know people. I went off to do other things after the Nebraskans for Peace, and basically wanted to learn how to be a young man, to have some life experience. So I'll be glad to answer any questions, and thanks again for Don and Paul, and great to see everyone. A special shout out to Bill Laird, Bill and I went to high school together in Omaha, and so and it's nice to see that Bill's still involved. So that's what I need to say, and I'll answer any questions if needed.
All right, thanks, Mike. And if we have a little time, maybe we'll have some questions later. But I'll turn it over to Marilyn to give her perspective on the years that she was involved in early on.
Okay, how's my volume? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I got to Nebraska in mid-73, and by the time I was involved, the effect of the war in Vietnam was pretty remote. The draft was ended, which of course was the main thing that brought it really home. Our soldiers and POWs had mostly come home, but the war wasn't over for the Vietnamese until April 1975. And in most ways, in 1973, it was still an American war. What I think is most important to acknowledge about that time that I was coordinator is the dedication and conviction and stamina of the board. For our board members from Shelton, Central City, and Newman Grove, every board meeting meant at least 3 or 4 hours driving, and they always came with really good ideas. Betty Olson brought 2 things that were essential to our work. First, she knew a lot of people. Of course, I didn't know anybody. And she had a car. She was doing a lot of the work of coordinator before she was coordinator. In her spare time, she was working on the Open Meetings Act, which is fundamentally important in this state. Betty Stevens on the board was a journalist when few women were journalists. We had a seasoned social worker, Al Schreckinger, who never failed to bring to our attention the bloated and wasteful Pentagon budget when so many lives were unnecessarily limited by unmet needs. Vince McAndrew came from Omaha out of the Catholic peace movement there that Don mentioned, and Mike. Monica Eustace became a leader in the work to claim fair treatment for gays and lesbians, and now is a leader in Citizens Climate Lobby. Frances Mull, I understand, had a lot to do with the creation of the Nebraska Environmental Trust. State Senator Steve Fowler was engaged on issues of poor people's rights, civil liberties, locating good candidates for elective office and talking them into running, and a range of environmental issues, including working out strategy for opponents of nuclear power. Those efforts resulted in the Lincoln City Council turning down ownership in a nuclear plant. NFP board and members were extraordinarily creative collection of people. I also wanted to talk just a little bit about one piece of programming we did at that time. NFP brought Don Luce to speak at classes at UNL, church groups, and the media. Don Luce grew up in a small town in Vermont. He studied agriculture in college and got a master's degree from Cornell. After school, he wanted to see more of the world, so he volunteered with International Voluntary Services. Before he went to Vietnam, politics didn't interest him. He liked Ike Eisenhower. He supported the war. He was sent to Vietnam in 1958 and learned to speak the language. He worked with villagers for 10 years and spent several years teaching in Saigon and later worked there as a journalist. From his own direct experience, he came home a pacifist. Don is a great storyteller, and I took just a couple of his really short ones, and these are from journalists' reports. Don described how he had worked on a small island with a group of farmers to cultivate sugar baby watermelons. One day, without warning, the U.S. forces defoliated the island and killed all the plants. When Luce protested to a U.S. provincial representative telling him the damage was estimated around $10,000, the agent scoffed and replied, "Whole damn country isn't worth $10,000. Don's view was that from the perspective of the provincial representative, I was being unreasonable. We were fighting a war, and I was worried about sugar baby watermelons. This reminds me of New York Times correspondent Gloria Emerson's description of Doane, quote, a gentle and austere man, born without a temper, almost unable to return anger. The reporter put the bottom line on this story, noting that Luce's concerns were not unfounded. Within weeks, all the farmers had joined the Viet Cong. Here's another of Doane's stories reported by a journalist. This one Doane liked a lot, would tell often. Luce began having doubts about the efficacy of the American effort. Defense Secretary Robert S. McNamara's speech to a large crowd in Saigon civil servants and government supporters in 1964 seemed to symbolize the problem. Luce was there. At the end of McNamara's remarks in English, the defense secretary raised his arms to shout in Vietnamese, Vietnam mun nam, intending to say, Vietnam will win. He was apparently unaware that Vietnamese is a tonal language in which words have very different meanings depending on the accent and inflection. What McNamara had actually said to the bemused crowd, astute enough to nevertheless cheer loudly, was, the southern duck wants to lie down. After the U.S. fled Saigon, Doane pointed out that we never had an ambassador who could even say hello in Vietnamese. We would have had a very different relationship with Vietnam, he thinks, if we learned the language and something about the country's culture and history, and been more humble and more honest. In the last 50 years, I'm afraid that much of our country hasn't learned enough about creating better relationships with the formerly colonial nations like Vietnam. They contributed little to the cause of climate change, but now and in the future bear the worst effects. We still have a lot to figure out about how to transform racist practices into relationships, as Doane might say, that are more honest. We still need Nebraskans for peace. Thanks.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you very much. And I'll let Paul wrap it up here, if he can do that in a few minutes here. So go ahead, Paul.
Well, I'm 88 years old now, and I have been a member of Nebraskans for Peace for 50. It seems that it's been my whole life. And I began on a small family farm of the kind that has been described this morning, and it's hard to see the apocalypse that's happening all around us. I think that Nebraskans for Peace has served my life well. There are times when the hinges of history are turned and individual human beings have to turn them, and I think in some ways we've done that. I want to start with the time when Mike was around. In 1970, there was a student strike and an occupation of the ROTC building, largely led by Nebraskans for Peace members to protest the killing of students at Kent State. And it was NFP faculty who negotiated with those students and got them out of the ROTC building so that the governor couldn't call in the National Guard and kill the students and satisfy the bloodlust on the right. That began, I was part of that negotiation with the students and the work afterward. And Nebraskans for Peace led the negotiation with faculty and the negotiation with the community at large. I think Doane was part of that, and I think Mike was also. And though I had been sort of in the background because I was doing other projects, the intensity of that occupation and the days following made me feel that I had to give a great deal of my life to peace and justice activities. So it became a personal investment to me and to my wife, Betty, whom Marilyn has described, and to many of you in the audience. It's lasted across the decades. And I think part of the pain and part of the joy of that has given some meaning to what we've done. I want to talk about some of the other times when I think the hinges of history changed. One of the things that happened in the late 1970s was that Ed Zirinsky was elected senator from Omaha, and he had very little in the way of support for his policy concerning Latin America, which was to recognize the Sandinistas and work with them as the elected government of a Central American country. The Reagan administration shortly afterward began to invest in a militia terrorist. We thought a duly elected government should be respected, and we sent people down there, Ruth Sohn, Susie Prenger, Bob Epp, to support the Sandinistas and also to negotiate between the Sandinistas and the Contras. The fight for rights in Latin America led to eventual withdrawal of American support for the Contras. And I think it's had some effect on America lessening its colonialism in Central America, so that if they have rascals running their governments, they're their own rascals, they're not ours, which I think is a benefit. We did the same thing with the Letelier government in Chile. Another place where the hinges of history turned, I think, was in the area of nuclear weapons. From the beginning, we were opposed to them. In the early 1980s, Randall Forsberg, who was the founder of the Freeze movement, came to Nebraskans for Peace and spoke to the group about the need for an international freeze on nuclear weapons. And we began to organize for that and to organize in Western Nebraska against the imposition of the mobile MX missile. And the freeze movement was supported in several towns through votes, and sentiment generally in Nebraska, I think, supported the freeze, even though we're a very conservative state. And the MX was eventually canceled in Nebraska because of opposition, and then Marilyn McNabb went to Utah and led the opposition there, and even the Mormons of Utah eventually opposed it, and the weapons system was canceled. And that may have led to our avoiding a nuclear war, because mobile weapon systems are extremely dangerous, because you can't create counter weapon systems against them. In 1984, we did another thing that I think may have turned the hinges of history. That was divestiture. We supported Ernie Chambers in the first resolution in the United States to divest from South Africa. And we were one of a very few organizations, so lots of people supported him. And the resolution was passed. It was never implemented by state government because the Republican Attorney General refused to implement it. But many other states supported divestiture resolutions following the Nebraska divestiture, and eventually there was divestiture not only from there was divestiture in Nebraska and divestiture from the University of Nebraska and from the University of Nebraska Foundation. And I think that the divestiture movement in general may have had some influence on the liberation of South Africa. Now we honor that memory with a Mandela picnic and an anti-racist movement in Lincoln that includes a truth and reconciliation effort that is going reasonably well. As many of you know, my wife Betty, that Marilyn talked about, died in 2000, and as she was moving toward death, it bothered her increasingly that young people were growing up with the notion that violence was the only way they could change other people. Bullying and fighting were part of the modus operandi of kids. And she told me in her decline that I had to do something about bullying. And so we worked on that early in the 20th century, got the State Board of Education to pass a policy which was pretty nominal, and then we got the state legislature to pass a bill which was had more teeth in it, and eventually we got the State Department of Education to impose an anti-bullying rubric as part of the credentialing of schools in the state, so the schools can't operate unless they have a good bullying policy. Another place where I think things may have changed, I hope they have, has been in around 2000. Tim Rennie and Mark Vecina began to look at whiskey towns and extra reservations and the extent to which that destroyed the cultures and communities of reservations. And they started a series of demonstrations at the governor's mansion, the Capitol building, against what was going on at White Clay. Fetal alcohol syndrome was endemic in the reservation. Alcoholism was terrible. And we marched with the citizens of Pine Ridge and marched by ourselves here in the capital city, and worked with Frank Lemaire, who was a leader of the opposition to alcohol on reservation. And eventually, some films were produced. Mark Vecina produced one, and then another one called So Brandon Dangerous Indian was passed. And in 2017, the State Liquor Commission eventually withdrew the licenses. So there's no longer reservation adjacent liquor available to a dry reservation. And there are all kinds of creative things that are going on. Economic development, gardening, efforts to treat fetal alcohol syndrome, the detox houses. I think that the attention to whiskey towns and adjacent to reservations has been enhanced by what we did. And finally, of course, the stuff that we've done on climate change. It may sound like just blather to people who listen in on us and hear us talking heads talking to each other about stopping climate change, but there has been an effort before Berkshire Hathaway. There has been a lot of movement away from fossil fuels in the public power districts. Marilyn has led the charge with Mary Harding to try to get the REAs to stop using fossil fuels. I think renewables are going to be, within the next 10 years, within the next 20 years, entirely the modus operandi of Nebraska public power. And this is an important change. If we can show that Nebraska can do it, one of the most important conservative places in the country, I think we can change everywhere and follow up on what our speakers this morning talked about. And finally, I want to say a little bit about a thing that may not have changed history, but changed the history of Nebraskans for Peace, and that's the Nebraska Peace Foundation. In 1985, Loyal Park said, well, we ought to have a way of gathering money where we can get tax credit for gathering the money. And he put together the Nebraska Peace Foundation, which now takes in funds that can be expended immediately, non-restricted funds, and also restricted funds where we are building up a foundation. And I think about half of the money that we get in for Nebraskans for Peace comes from that Peace Foundation. And we have $1 million, almost $1 million in the permanent endowment, which means that $40,000 comes in from the permanent endowment for these purposes. We're going to need help to last another 15 years, and we're going to need somewhere between $15,000 and $25,000 today to keep the Nebraskans for Peace going. We don't have big foundations We don't have huge, beneficent rich folks that are pouring down money on Nebraskans for Peace. This comes from small individual donations, and I hope that I hope that today you will be generous and fill our pockets a little bit so we can pay our staff and keep going. Just one final remark. General Mattis said a few days ago that he went to National Cathedral frequently to pray that there would not be a nuclear war under Trump. That's the most powerful general in the United States who is saying we're about to have an apocalypse. We have a leader who's so irresponsible, he could very well start it. And I, as the chief general in the country, am powerless to stop it. I think that suggests that there's a reason in climate change, a reason in the threat of nuclear war for this organization to continue and to flourish. There is another reason, and that is when Betty died, she called me in about a few hours before she died. She said, well, I know I'm going to die, and people are going to say it was really sad that I died at 70. I could have lived a lot longer and productively, but they shouldn't feel that way.
Oh, your mic is off.
I've had good friends. I've had a great family, and I've had the opportunity to give myself wholly, which I believe that not very many people get that opportunity. I think Nebraskans for Peace provided that.
I see. I think we have some audio issues with Paul's microphone, unfortunately. His microphone's gone off. I'd love to get that message from his wife.
Yeah, I would too. I don't know. We've run about to the end of our time, but perhaps we can re-record this, the end of his talk there.
Yeah.
And post it on our website because we're losing it.
Muted?
There, you're back.
Okay, well, let me say the last story. I don't know.
Well, unfortunately,
cutting.
you're cutting in and out. The audio is not working on your end.
Try this.
If you have an external mic, maybe try to unplug that.
It's not unplugged. I'll try to plug it in. See if that works.
Well, we're getting it.
You're working now.
You're working.
Okay. Well,
Well, see, it goes in and out. Yeah, it goes in and out, unfortunately.
Yeah.
let me try this.
Okay.
Well, I want to thank each of you that participated in this today, Don and Mike and Marilyn, and especially Paul. And we've lasted 50 years because of people like you, and we hope we can continue this work. It's necessary work.
Does that work?
Okay, let's try that, Paul. Go ahead and say something.
Okay, well, yeah, this is Paul.
That's better. Okay.
Okay, well,
Say the bit about your lovely wife, and I'd like to hear that.
okay. Well, what I said at the end was that it's startling when the most significant general in the United States says that he goes to National Cathedral to pray frequently because the president is so volatile and he can't be assured that we will not have a nuclear war. And I said that Nebraskans for Peace has given me and hundreds of other people the opportunity to live meaningfully and think that they could somehow turn the hinges of history. And the last thing I said was Betty, when she died, called me in and said, people are going to say that it was sad that I died as young as I did, but they shouldn't feel that way. I've had great friends. I've had a good family, and I've had the opportunity to give myself wholly and unreservedly to the things in which I believed, and not very many people get to do that. By that, she meant, of course, that she had given herself largely to the cause of peace and justice through Nebraskans for Peace.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you. I know it's hard to capture 50 years of history into 30 minutes. And so perhaps we can expand this at some point again. So, all right. Well, I will turn this back over to Mike and he will close it out. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody. The amount of knowledge and history and with this organization is stifling. Thank you so much for everything you've done to be a part of it. And we thank you for inviting us on and for me being a part of it. Thank you. So we are going to have a lunch intermission and then come back for the afternoon reconvening at 1 p.m. So go grab a bite to eat, enjoy your day, and come back. There's been some amazing things said, some incredible knowledge to share thus far, and we have more of this coming this afternoon. So please do your part and share. And also don't forget to donate to Nebraskans for Peace. There's a scrolling link at the bottom, also a live URL in the post on Facebook. That is nebraskansforpeace.org/donate. And as Paul mentioned, there's a loose goal of $15,000 to $20,000 today to keep this organization going. And there's some very important things happening through this organization. So I urge you to donate and do what you can during this pandemic. I know it's a hard ask, but please, if you have it, please donate. Okay, folks, happy lunch, and we'll return at 1 p.m. So until then, have a good break, and we'll see you back at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Okay, hello everybody. Welcome back. I hope your lunch was delightful. Welcome back to the 2020 annual Peace Conference put on by Nebraskans for Peace. This has been an enjoyable morning thus far, and hopefully the afternoon will be the same. We appreciate you tuning in, and of course, before we get started, everybody, I'd like to rejoin. We had some great numbers tune in during the morning session, so please again, do your part and share it as best you can on your social media channels or private links or emails, phone calls. Probably too late for postcards, but share it as you wish. You can even throw your kitchen window open and scream it to your neighbor. That'd be fine too. At this point, we're taking all marketing channels seriously. Okay, so as we get into the afternoon session, don't forget to donate. That's an important thing, but I'd like to welcome two of the Nebraskans for Peace employees on. Miss Brittany Cooper, here she is. Hi, Brittany. Let's get her mic working. Okay, there we go. Hi, there we go. Okay, and Susan Allman, here she is. Here we go.
Hi.
Okay. All right, I'll let you take it from here. Thank you.
Hi. Like Mike said, I'm Susan Alleman, and I am the organizational administrator for Nebraskans for Peace. I've been with the organization for almost 20 years. So this is pretty much my 20th annual peace conference. This is definitely an unorthodox annual peace conference, different than anything we've ever done. So we really appreciate everyone who has taken time out on their Saturday to join us. Thank you very much. And also, like Mike said, we want to show a warm appreciation to all of our morning speakers, and especially to our panelists, because this is the 50th celebration of Nebraskans for Peace. We turned 50 this year, which is a pretty good turn for a peace organization. So hopefully those panelists that told us about the history of Nebraskans for Peace has inspired you to want to become part of this organization and become one of the peacemakers of the future. Brittany.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brittany Cooper. I have been on staff for almost 11 years, so this is my 10th Peace Conference. I'm excited for all the great speakers we've had today, and I just want to begin by saying thank you to all of our members and supporters. You really have made it possible for us to continue our work that we care and you care so much about to address the climate crisis, fight social and racial injustices, and continue our commitment to nonviolent conflict resolution. We are so grateful to have been around for 50 years. It's really amazing. At previous peace conferences, we've been able to raise $15,000 to continue our work. And of course, we need your support to keep that going. Please make a donation today that can help ensure our work for another 50 years. We thank you so much and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies. We'll talk to you later. If not, make sure to donate to Nebraskans for Peace, and we appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving forward. So again, welcome back, and do your part to share this stream so we can get the word out the best we can. This is the 2020 Annual Peace Conference. So our workshop session this afternoon will be led by longtime Omaha civil rights activist Ajamal Rashad Byndon, who will be presenting on examining the concept of white fragility through an anti-racist and race equity lens. What does it really mean for the transformation of individuals and institutions? Ajamal Byndon is an adjunct professor of cultural humility, race studies, and critical race theories. He spent time in apartheid situations and learning anti-race and racism work growing up in Nebraska and working in white nonprofit organizations. His workshop will explore how to move beyond the concept of white fragility to action in our lives for social and economic justice. So let's get him on. I'm so excited about this. Hello, Ajamal. Are you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me, Michael?
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, and I'm going to hand the helm over to you, and I will be operating your PowerPoint, so you just kind of give me guidance on that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right.
Well, good. Well, what I'm going to start off by a little bit of disclaimer. All the PowerPoints, I'm not going to go through them in very distinct way, but more or less they're kind of like guides to keep me focused on some of the topics. So, Mike, let's go with the first one, and then we'll just kind of go through them a little bit. Basically, what we're looking at is just how do we talk about these concepts of white fragility as well as anti-racism. And a lot of people are very excited about Robert DiAngelo's book. A lot of people are doing anti-racism work. But what does it really mean from someone who's been doing this work for a long time? So let's go to the next one. So basically, what I like to always start off is freedom of speech and freedom of thought. They're two different concepts. Again, you can think what you want to think, and you also have a certain level of freedom of speech. But in our society, people sometimes what is sacrilegious or sacrosanct to somebody is not the same with others. And one of the questions I raised growing up in Nebraska is why should we force African Americans to study about slave owners and Confederate flag-loving races? Again, if we look at the racial and historical trauma that we've experienced, is it still with us today? If not, then why are we talking about 9/11? There's a trauma for a lot of people who experienced that, even though they were not directly involved, but it affects many people in this country. This is the same way. And partly what I'm arguing is it was time for our conversations. We should talk about reparations. Slavery was a 300 some odd years plus Jim Crow 400. When you add it together, it's 400 some years. There's a bill in Congress now called H.R. 40. We should be having conversations about historical trauma and things, and particularly the billions of dollars that this country reaped off the slave trade and slavery. Again, there are some corporations today who are benefiting off of those dollars that have been passed down. We're talking about insurance companies. You look at Georgetown University, some are 500 countries. And again, how can we heal if we're not confronting this tragic past, particularly as it was is ugly for many of us? Next. So one of the things we do is we also have to talk about George Floyd, Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and other who have died recently at the hands of police officers. But if you understand African American history and history of other cultural groups, racial groups, these are nothing but these individuals are nothing but a drop of water in the ocean. There have been countless others, many of them who we don't even know about because oftentimes these things were kept secret. But we need to say their names on the national as well as local level. And there are a number of people who have died in this community at the hands of police, and there was no justice for them. And one that comes to mind is some of the people related to Viv Young, so on. So let's go to the next one. And I think we also have to have an understanding of basic terms. What does white fragility mean? It basically means that white folks who have a hard time talking about race, they're fragile. And again, our educational systems illustrate that. There's a concept of white privilege. Some people disagree with that, but there are things that you get just by being white, just like there are things that men get just by being men. And also we need to talk about racial equity as well as anti-racism. What do those terms mean? These are the kind of things that we should know when we enter some of these basic conversations. But after it's all over, there should be a transformation in us in how we go forward to reform our systems and our institutions. Next. So I just threw this out here. It's more of a graph. And again, I know you cannot see that, but the New York Times had a recent article that says the wage gap between black and whites is as big as it was in 1950. Again, when we're keeping track of the information, the data, and I think that's one of the problems in our society. Some of us think things are getting better. But if you look at a comparison analysis between black and white, Hispanics, Native American, Asian, so on, we can see that sometimes those gaps are not as narrow as we perceive, or particularly those of us who watch Fox News all the time. So this is just what you can go and look up on the webpage for yourself, but it shows from this study that our gaps are increasingly great, and it's not changed that much dramatically since the 1950s, and we probably can go farther than that. Next. So this is another one, poverty by race. As we know, and I actually taught a class for a number of years at the University of Nebraska in Omaha. It was not mandatory. You would think a social work department, or you would think Creighton University, these public and private institutions that deal with social justice, would have a course for social workers and students who are in education to talk about poverty. But poverty has been disproportionately impacting people of color, and obviously it's one of those issues we need to spend more time on, but it's hard to spend time on it when our public and private institutions ignore it or don't have it as part of our curriculum to help transform these so-called good social workers and progressive educators. Again, next. The Brookings Institute came out recently with also a study that showed that if you look in terms of the median worth, and again, some people like the comparison analysis of how people of color are doing by looking at Michael Jordan, or they may look at some famous person out there like Oprah Winfrey and say, hey, things are good and good. I actually had somebody who worked in law enforcement had the audacity to come up to me and say, we shouldn't talk about the negative, we should only talk about the positive. And he alluded to some of these famous and rich people who were making a lot of money. But at the end of the day, those of us who deal with demographics know you compare it across the group numbers, and then of course you divide it and so on and use basic arithmetic. This is how you're able to come up with these numbers of all families and individuals based on race, class, and so on, looking at these numbers. So again, the Brookings Institute is another one of those think tank organizations. You can go and look at their data online and see it for yourself, because sometimes when some of us throw out heavy light or we tell the truth, people still don't believe us. So again, these are the things we need to look at. Next. And one of the things I like to use when I talk about race and transformation and white fragility and so on, I like to use a concept of recovering alcoholics. I'm not a recovering alcoholic. I used to drink at one point. I stopped drinking. I woke up one day with a hangover and a headache, probably about 30 years ago. And I said, never again am I going to go through that. And I just stopped drinking. But the point is, there are people who actually are very going through recovering alcoholic situations. And again, one of the things I like to say is that if we think of racism as a recovering alcoholic metaphor, it could be a lot more easier for some of us to digest. Father Clarence William wrote a book where he talks about recovering racists, and he uses a term called stinky thinking. Basically, what he says is that we think of racist concepts and we act racist and so on, and we need to think of it as some kind of a stinky thinking. And I will own up being a recovering sexist or recovering homophobe or recovering whatever as I'm going to go forward to grow. Again, if I don't acknowledge the situation or if I don't acknowledge the cancer, then how can I grow? And I think that's what happens in many of our public and private institutions. People walk around here with these cancers in their system and they don't try to get rid of them because they think they're healthy. Malcolm X once said that if you tell me about a black man has not been to prison or had some encounter with the law or being born in America, you can't help but have a run-in with these cops. When we look at the current situation, the numbers, our numbers are disproportionately contact with the police officers. Not that we're committing more crime, but because we're over-policed. Not to say that there's not crime in the communities of color or low-income communities, but if you got 20 zillion police officers looking over your shoulder and they make a decision on when they're going to give you a ticket or arrest you, particularly for things that are called victimless crimes, you're going to have a higher percentage of people who are in our criminal justice system. Hence, we have that in Nebraska and elsewhere. Next. So one of the things I like to say is Nebraska is good for lifers. It's not for everyone. Again, when you get sentenced in this state and you have to be a person of color, it is obvious you get a little bit more time than a white person in Nebraska. This is why we stay there longer and we have the situation that we do. These are some data information that I shared that I got from the Vera Institute and so on, but it talks about the number of African Americans at the rate of how they are incarcerated as compared to whites, Native Americans, and so on and so on. And we wonder how African Americans make up maybe 5%, 7% of the state population, but yet we're disproportionately represented in prisons and jails. And I will say the Nebraska Department of Correction does a very good job of hiding these numbers. Back in the day when I was a member of one of the local organizations that dealt with advocacy, you can go on the webpage and find their numbers out there by race. Now you have to use a Google Dots and find them through some special geographic way of getting to it, but it's not easy to find that. And I will argue the point, folks. This sounds kind of weird, but I think there's some people who are not smart enough to be racist. I don't mean that as a put down. That's just they have not evolved. And I learned that in terms of how people behave. And I'm reminded of this guy named Austin Cordis, I think, about a month or so ago. He was driving around Lincoln with the N word. He was a Trump supporter, and he wrote the full word out on his truck. And then they caught him with a picture, and he was driving around like it was no big thing. And somebody apparently took a picture of it, and it went viral. And apparently some famous, I think, sports athlete made a comment in his Twitter account. And again, it kind of blew up. What bothered me about this particular incident is that when it first showed in the Omaha World Herald, they covered up his license plates and they kind of etched out his face so you wouldn't see it. And then later, after the other news media broke it, then you see these people starting to show who this guy was. But again, I don't think it's too smart to walk around and put the N word on your truck and drive them down in a metropolitan city like Lincoln or in Omaha, again, and not expect some repercussion. And then his claim to fame, he said, is somebody vandalized his truck and so on and did that. But as the police official said, they had no reports from this young man who did that. Again, I suspect he went to one of our school systems where they don't have cultural diversity classes and so on. But this reflects some of the things of what I'm talking about. Some people are not smart enough to be racist. Let's go to the next. So racism, I argue the point, prejudice plus power equals racism. Prejudice without power equals bias. Institutional racism, structural racism, individual racism. These are basic terms. In 2020, we shouldn't have to explain what these terms mean. We should get our dictionaries out and know what the basic terms are. But let me translate that. This is probably the most difficult concept for people to understand, particularly in the academic setting. People of color can't be racist. They cannot actualize or do nothing with that. And one example I will use is when I worked at Catholic Charities. I'm sitting around a table with all my white colleagues, and they say, let's take a vote. And they had already talked before the meeting, obviously. Again, I had no power to actualize, even though I may have had the best ideal, the best vision or whatever. But it's fact that they were acting as a cartel, or they were acting like some kind of organization that went a certain direction, again, being white supremacist in some of their behaviors. Again, I didn't have any power. I was at the table, but I didn't have power. Another example is when I was teaching at Nebraska Methodist College, and a student said, you're the teacher, you have power, you're racist. Well, at any given time, which it did happen, if Nebraska Methodist College did not want to teach or have me teach cultural diversity or anti-racism course or anything, they could let me go. And that's exactly how it happened. Who could I talk to in that white supremacist organizations to deal with racism? Because most of the board members were predominantly white folks. And of course, they may have a token Hispanic here and there. But at the end of the day, if you can actualize what you're about, then so be it. It's no big thing. And the same thing with sexism. If women are in a position and they cannot control or make an outcome of their activity, then what good is that? Look at, we're still fighting about women on the Supreme Court in 2020. How many women are in Congress? I mean, these are the kind of questions and issues that we should be asking ourselves. Next. So one of the things I argue is that we have a lot of gaslighting about race issues. As a matter of fact, we got a lot of imposters teaching it. I had a white professor who insisted on using the N-word to me. And I also have a colleague who told me that there were a number of her, one of her white history teachers at the University of Nebraska who basically defended slavery. Again, you have people like that who have tenure, who are running around and no one has a check on them. I had a person who's a colleague who was actually teaching about race and diversity. And we had this discussion one day about the difference between race equity and anti-racism. And this individual said they were synonymous. I'm like, are you serious? You're going to be teaching and you don't have the basic understanding of what prejudice and anti-racism, race equity is? Well, apparently sometimes people are not listening. But again, this illustrates to me some of the problems that we have in some of these imposters running around trying to teach our children and our youth about basic issues that confront us as society. And also I have other colleague who won't use the word racism in a sense. She says it's too inflammatory. How does that work? You're a professor, you're teaching the university, are you working with diversity training and you can't use the word racist? The other issue for me is when I was teaching our human relations class, they had at Metro Community College, by the way, you notice I like calling names out because again, if you don't call it out, then how do we know how to address it or deal with it? But they had a book on human relations. They had one book on multicultural and basically race issues, diversity, and they did not use the word racism once in that book. How are we going to ever, as a society or community, address something that divides us if we don't even talk about it? Examples of police brutality in this community where the victims are oftentimes judged by their past. Even in the case of George Floyd, there are many people who justify his killing or murder because they said he may have had a criminal record or whatever. And the question I would ask is what they got to do with the price of butter? Again, this is what happened to us in our society. Institutions and many of our post-institutions oftentimes hire apologists and promulgators of white supremacy. That's when they continue with this same behavior. Next. So examples of racism, and some people say, well, you know, Ajmal, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. I still don't understand what racism is. Well, I'll give you a couple of examples. I had a colleague who was going to a safari trip to Africa, and some of you who may know me know that I spent 2 years in the Peace Corps, and I was probably about 43 years ago, and I got married roughly about 41 years ago. Wife is from Botswana. And oftentimes when I see people going to the continent, I'll make a little comment and say, hey, when you're there, greet my relatives or in-laws or something like that, just like, you know. And this particular person who has a master's degree, grew up in Nebraska, grew up in Omaha, and said, who, you mean the gorillas? And I didn't know what to say. It was probably one of the first times in my life that I did not expect that from someone who was so learned. In actual fact, I had a witness. And I said, I can't believe you said that. In actual fact, it took me a while. And then basically later on, I went up and had a conversation, confronted and talked to the person. And in our conversation, she said one of her first notion was to deny she said it. And then she kind of profusely kind of apologized. But again, I know the apology was dry and useless because the person has that same mentality that will continue to say that kind of racist stuff. I had another professor who talked to me one day. We were doing some table talk in the community at one of the local places, 24th and Lake Street, and he kept using the N-word. And I said, don't use that word around me, please. I hate it with a passion. He said, well, I'm going to desensitize you because that word doesn't mean anything. Now, you got to be kidding. If somebody who's a person of color asks you not to use certain words and you're going to continue to do that, think of the most offensive words you could think of that someone would call your mother or you or whoever, and you ask the person not to use it around you and they continue to do it. That's an example of racism. That person's never apologized. But again, it's one of the reasons why I get to wear that badge out there and show that this is the kind of behavior we deal with in Nebraska. Look at Nebraska Public Radio. Look at Nebraska Public Television. How many people of color work there? 20 years or 30 years ago, they had about 25. Today, they're down to only 5. And yet we support these racist institutions with our tax dollars. Are you serious? And you wonder why people don't know anything about people of color in Nebraska, particularly Scottsbluff, Table Rock, you name it, Verdigris, you name it. How do we know about people of color live in other parts of our state if all they do is run that drivel like Lawrence Well? Are you serious? In 2020, we're showing that kind of stuff? Backyard garden is very important. But what about the 20% of our state population who may have other interests in cultural affairs? Again, and we have to pay for that stuff. If we look in terms of many of these nonprofit agencies that purport to serve many people of color, you look at their boards, their staff members, you name it. They rarely mention African Americans. They don't have people of color of any substance pushing back. And some of them have never hired an African American male. And then they say they love our community, their people. Get out with that colonialist mentality. Again, if you're going to use public dollars or you're going to use nonprofit status, you should serve all of Nebraska to a certain degree. And I know it's hard to serve Nebraskans when you're based in Omaha or Lincoln, but at least give some semblance that you know how to drive a car in those other parts of the state if you call yourself a statewide agency. Show some senses of reaching out. And now with COVID-19, we should be able to use telezooms for some people who are afraid to go into certain neighborhoods and so on. Next. So one of the things I like to do is always tell stories, and this is Racism Part 2. I remember years ago, and this has had to be at least 30 years ago, a Creighton University professor who was in social work was describing some very horrific, negative, stereotypical thing of something she experienced with an African-American female. It was very gross and negative, and I was in the room when she did that. And at some point, I had to come back to her and say, that's inappropriate, and tell her, no, you shouldn't say those kind of things. Because again, you have these white Beckys and these Karens in your classroom who've never set foot in North or South Omaha. They're going to pick up stereotypical images based upon something you encounter or may have heard from someone else. Again, this is the same kind of claptrap that we deal with from Creighton University and UNO, where they got these people where there's no checks and balance on what they say in the classroom. They traumatize people in groups, and you wonder why our community looks like it does. We look at our law schools in Nebraska. We have codified racism, and we have situations where they've never been taught about anti-racism or poverty classes, yet they graduate from these apartheid universities. They're, for the most part, apologists have been working there with no links to the undercast in our communities. Again, I can give people some sense of respect as if they can at least drive down the street, but there are people who've never been in these communities or interact with these folks, but yet they make decisions on a daily basis. Basically, we have white racist skinhead professors who are teaching Black studies or cultural diversity classes at the university with no serious contact with African Americans or people of colors. Again, I met a person who was teaching in the counseling department some years ago, and she said she was in the right time at the right place, and they asked her to teach his class. Now, again, can you ask me to teach nuclear physics if I've never taught that class, if I have no skills in it? I mean, can I be an adequate or good carpenter or electrician if I don't know what I'm doing? I'd probably shock myself to death. And you wonder what those professors and teachers are doing to our students, and you wonder why some of these students don't want to go to class, because they know that some of these individuals have no substance and no connection to their topic area. One example I would use is when I was teaching cultural studies at Nebraska Methodist College as a born-again atheist who have no religious belief or bone in my body. I do have a high sense of ethical values, and I was trying to teach about religion in the Black community. And I had a couple of students say to me afterwards, "Oh, Jamal, we love you dearly, but you should bring in a guest speaker who is a clergy or someone who has expertise." And I have to agree, they were right. And I ended up bringing a couple of community people who were clergy or people of the faith community to teach that particular chapter, because it was obvious I had my bias about their religion. And again, as well intent that I was as a teacher, a professor, or adjunct, my biases was sleeping through my lecture, some of the comments that I made. So again, we need to deal with those examples. And then one person said to me, "Hey, I adopted a black baby. Doesn't that count for something?" Are you serious? This is the kind of crap trap we have to deal with in this state. Next. So what I would like to argue in terms of public spaces and public responsibility, can we protect the inherent rights of numerical racial minorities? What happens to racialized graduates who were from the local plantation schools after they experience 12 years of denigration education? Do we have longitudinal records for success for African-American students in our state and in our communities? Again, we can look at Hispanics, Native Americans, and other groups. Do we have a school to prison pipeline? I understand the superintendent doesn't like that term. Whether you like it or not, it's a reality. We have to deal with it. I've been living in this city most of my life. And I tell people I'm 65 years old. I've never seen a vehicle counter on the street who was an African American in my lifetime. How does that work? It is not what you know, it's who you know. So at some point, we need to get the city or the county, whoever is doing it, to make sure there's diversity in who they give those counting jobs to, where they count the number of vehicles that drive down a certain street. But I've never seen an African American sitting in that vehicle doing that. Again, we look at the recent incident with the fire department president. He almost lost his job, but one of the ways that he was able to keep his job is because the auditor said basically that is the pattern of that system. They have a lot of people who've done stuff similar to that, and they didn't lose their job. So that means we need to do some serious house cleaning in our system. We have people who work in public positions like law enforcement or fire departments or whatever, and they get to use certain kind of terms or act a certain way on the public payroll. Again, people have freedom of speech, granted, but there are certain things you need to be respectful of when you're serving the total public. Next. Can white people be allies? Now, again, this is a difficult question. What can we expect from white allies? And what I did is I used to have 7 white friends. Now I have 4 because the other group, they couldn't, the 3, they couldn't meet the standards. Again, it means you got to do something to be Jamal's friend. Kind of a little tongue in cheek, I like to say that. But I asked my 4 white friends if they would give me what they consider a white ally from their perspective. And I'm basically laying it out. But they say you must challenge ideas. You must challenge domination. You must amplify the voice of Black and Indigenous and people of color. I'm not crazy about those initials because we didn't make them up. Those are something that white people impose on us again. But I usually like to spell them out, just like some other words, DIA and all like that. And then they say you must increase the notoriety of issue. You must be an ally, and you must not speak out to a point where you're dominating the individual. And also decolonize your mind. Again, it's not a status symbol, but be humble. You must educate yourself about racialized history and incidents. And of course, you avoid reading one book about people of color. Everybody's reading about Robert DiAngelo or How to Be Anti-Racist. They think they arrive. It's a little bit deeper than that, friends. And you must accept the discomfort of racism. Again, no pain, no gain. Next. Good. The other thing we got to do is we got to look at it from a John Brown perspective. Don't expect people of color to accept you all the time. You have to educate yourself. I have a hard time talking about certain topics with people who don't read about certain topics. You must speak out against it. I have a number of people who've never spoken out about racism who consider themselves an ally. Support nonprofit organizations. This person said that. And also, you must be able to be quiet sometimes. Again, sometimes just listen, especially when you don't know what you're talking about. And that happens so often when you're dealing with some of these racialized experiences. Again, people of color can't just quit. I have a number of white friends, or used to be white friends. You don't see them anymore in the struggle doing some of the civil rights and social justice work. And again, they are rare, those who stick around. I can't make this up, folks. Next. Transformation. One of the things I think is so important for us, we must transform ourselves. As I like to say, doing is not the same as saying. I have a colleague who's a university professor, and she likes saying, I told my students this, I told my students, go bust a grape. What have you done? You can tell your students stuff all day. They're in a captive audience. Just like when you go teach in prison, it's a captive audience. Do something about that draconian system. Expose those unjust systems. And of course, we must build social capital. We must have social engagement. Now, again, that's how you become transformed. We must talk about proportionality and disproportionality, and we must understand what that means. Again, if you walk in a room and there's no people of color and the community is 70% people of color, what's wrong with that picture? We must avoid having these Klan meetings and these white council meetings. Again, I was at UNO one day. I walked by the chancellor's office when I was going to the administrative building, and they had all these administrators in the room, and there was not one person of color. And I went to my Black Studies class and said, hey, I just experienced a Klan meeting. Now, that sounds kind of harsh, but how can you be a public university dealing with public issues and there's not one person of color sitting in the room? At least cut out a cutout picture of President Obama, put it in the corner. At least I can say you got some cultural, racial diversity. And again, I'm thinking I should ask one of our state senators to introduce laws or rules that whites cannot plan events or host events for family of colors without independent minds of people of color in the room. And I'm not talking about the quiet ones and the bobbleheads that we have. Again, you have to avoid bobbleheads and bobby heads because they just agree to any and everything. And obviously you can see that by what's going on in our community. Next. So one of the things that I like to say, and I want to be very methodic in how I say this, sometimes when people say things, people become offended. Well, folks, sometimes the message is not for you because, again, sometimes we talk beyond people's level of understanding. And again, when you're a time traveler and you've seen things and you've experienced things, the question I raise to each and every one is, how do we build social capital with others? How do we say that we have more than one or two friends of color? In actual fact, when I say I have 4 white friends, I'm sure it's more than most folks who are of a different race who have people from other colors, other racial groups. Quantitative and qualitative are 2 different concepts. There are groups that meet weekly and monthly, and what comes out of their meetings? They get up and dance on the table, they get off, they go back, and they do the same thing week after week. But they have no indications of anything coming out of those meetings. Again, the numbers look the way that they look from the 1950s to 2020 because we got too many people who go along to get along. And again, what constitutes measurement? What constitutes attitudes? What constitutes outputs? These are things we need to deal with. And we must avoid setting the racial agenda for other folks to a level that even a snake can get through. Again, we got a lot of certified, bona fide racists running around here. We need to deal with that. And again, it's not about you. It's about those who are not yet born. We must avoid dealing with dark-skinned people who have Negro amnesia. That's a term I coined that says they have no knowledge of their history, nor do they want to get involved in their history. And we see a few of those people walking around today. And the measure of substance will be apparent to future generations. If we're doing such a good job, then some things we're talking about today, we won't be talking about in the future. We oftentimes get in that paradigm of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Folks, it is deeper than that. There are thousands and thousands of African Americans and other people of color who contribute to our struggle. Don't get locked into that paradigm that these are the only 2 great people in our society. And again, I've been reading a book dealing with both of those individuals, but a lot of their strength came from the people in the community who helped propel them to do what they did. And I would argue that leaders are not born per se. They're created through the struggle, through the people and their allegiance to the people in our community. And then, of course, I cannot ignore the women. Whether it be Fannie Lou Hamer, Ella Baker, Ida B. Wells, you name it. There are so many great women in our culture and our history that we fail to teach in many of our Black studies or history classes, and we need to start to do that. But if we're not going to talk about these great women who have propelled us and forced us to do what we do, then we're somewhat singing in the wilderness. And I think at the end of the day, if we're going to be about transforming this wretched community and these crazy times, it's more than just voting for one rat over another rat. It's about staying engaged in writing. And again, staying engaged with communities and building the social capital. And more than anything, one of the things I like to say, nothing from nothing leaves nothing. That's a Billy Preston song. But we got people who do nothing but expect something. Again, there's something wrong with their paradigm. And we as a community, as a state, as a society, need to rise to the occasion. Last point, but not least. I remember that there was an article in the paper that basically said that there was a number of activists who were protesting in Lincoln, and they called them activists because they went to a meeting. Are you serious? Just because I pick up a piece of wood does not make me a carpenter. So are we there next? Next? Is that it? I think that is it. So at this point, I wanted to give myself some time for questions because Al-Jamal obviously likes throwing out some heavy light. And he also likes to have people challenging back. But more than anything, I like to have people be more than do-nothingers and not be what we call an oxymoron. Hopefully, in this brief encounter, we will do something with it and be able to help our community and our state and our society be a much better place than we found it when we came through that wormhole. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajamal. Fantastic thoughts, and we appreciate all of those. I got to tell you, my marketing brain, the way it works, when I hear things, I envision success, and you absolutely need a T-shirt that says, "Go bust a grape." That was the greatest thing I've ever heard. I'm just,
Go bust a grape.
you could
Some people can't even do that. Some people can't even do that. Think about it.
No, you could make a lot of change just on a T-shirt like that, my friend. That's fantastic. So we want to take some questions, and I have some. Let's see. Okay, here's a question. Christy asked, do those nonprofit agencies who haven't hired African-American males hire African-American females?
Well, I know a couple of them who may have a token African-American female, but my point that I would like to say is that why is it that white people get to hire white women and white men? Why are we relegated to one gender in our community? And secondly, African-American females only come through their existence through the relationship with African-American males. It's like groups that serve African-American children. Why do our families have to be separated and treated in that manner as if they're not part of a whole family unit? So my point is, even if they had African-American females, what are they doing? But I know that there are some of these organizations who denigrate and they hate African-American males. And I've been in environments where people are making the assumption like I've committed a crime. So there's a certain level of racism, and particularly, I want to say the opposite of misogynistic, there is a term there, where when they say African-American male, they assume that we're all criminals or they want to treat us as if we're thugs. And you can get the feelings without even people talking about it. But how many African-American males has worked in many of these organizations? And my point is, if you can hire African-American females and African-American males, make it healthy and balanced. But don't just hire only one gender, just like most white organizations will not hire just one gender in their organization when they serve the public.
Interesting. Thank you for that. I know a lot of nonprofits have been working towards diversity, and there's a question about interesting point you made about NET. How can we lobby them, or perhaps letters, or is there other ways that we can, folks can contact these organizations?
Well, I think we have to write to the governor, because the governor oftentimes appoints the commissioners, but we also write to the directors that they need to at least give more news on NET, public radio in Nebraska, that how come we don't have more balanced media about racial issues or social justice issues. And again, I wouldn't be as angry about it if they were using private dollars, but they're using public funds. They're out there hustling money. And that's been a 30-year battle for me to try to get them to diversify, to have more diversity. Even this conference is a good example. There's some things that I said that I'm sure that push some people's buttons. I talk like this all the time. If you go into the community and talk to people of color, whether they be Hispanic, Latinos, Asians, Native Americans, there are things that you will never see in the public discourse in these white supremacist organizations that call themselves media entities. And when Donald Trump, again, you don't catch me quoting Donald Trump, but when he uses the word fake news, we as people of color have been saying that for years. When they report crime statistics and say that every time there's a person who does some situation, it has to be a negative person of color, we call that fake news, because we know there's much more positive come out of community than negative. So fake news is not a new phenomenon. Donald Trump, being the smartest genius on our planet, he borrows that stuff from other people, because again, NET and NET radio, it's fake news when it comes to some of the struggles we face. Some of us don't know the prison numbers. How come we don't know that in Nebraska? And particularly those of us who have to pay taxes, property tax every year and so on. How come we don't know basic information about how the other half live? And so I think write letters, but more than anything, do something. Anything is better than the blame.
Mm-hmm. I will admit that when the term "all lives matter" came out, as a white person, my first instinct was to become defensive. And there's actually a few comments from people even now. It's a fragile issue everywhere, especially on social media. There's one comment that says, "You treat us white people as if we're all racist." This is the same thing I personally am experiencing in my own family. Until I engaged into understanding that term, Black Lives Matter. And then some people said, wait, all lives matter. They didn't quite educate themselves on what the term Black Lives Matter meant. It doesn't mean that other people don't matter. It's just that in our current situation, it's pretty obvious that Black lives don't matter as much. And it took a long time for me to understand that. I'm even trying to acclimate my own family. And I've been bashed on a personal level because I don't go out and protest. And frankly, I'm trying to educate my own family before I educate other people. I have that issue in my own family, and it's hurtful. And so when people say things like, you make all of us feel racist, how does that make you feel?
Well, let me say, it's not about how I feel, it's how I experience. And again, it's like that African proverb, when you throw a rock in a pack of dogs and the dog that hit is going to yelp, then maybe that's the dog you need to hit. I use the term that I think that we're covering racist. In other words, if one person is smoking a cigarette in a bar and you're not smoking, you're going to walk out of that bar smelling like smoke. So it's a metaphor that we use. Now, again, whether I call you or not, sticks and stones will break my bones. But when you have situations where you see people been in this country for 300 or 400 years and they're still stuck in a caste situation, what do you call that? And when I complain about an all-white situation in a diverse environment, one example I use the educational system. How do you have the Omaha public schools with 70% people of color, students of color, and there's not one book required reading written by a person of color? And you even have a Black superintendent. You got the majority of school board members of color. How does that work? It is a plantation system. And one of the reasons we wanted to have integration, because we knew that when white students had to sit in those classrooms where we got inferior products and books and so on, it would improve the quality of that education for some of us. But even then, they figured out how to have internal segregation. So my friend, whoever made the comment, it's not aimed at anyone in particular. What I'm saying is that if you're drinking the Kool-Aid and you're not pushing back, then what does that make you? I use a paradigm and said, I'm a recovering sexist. I'm recovering homophobe. How do I grow from that for my friends to help me become a better person? Exactly. Just like my religious people say, we're all sin and come short of the glory of God. It's the same logic. How do we move forward? And if someone doesn't challenge us, we're going to go along to stay along to get along.
I know a lot of families don't like to talk about these things. I mean, I've got some family where I walk in at Christmas time and that's the first question. It's like, how fast can we open up the can of worms? But I think in so many respects, as long as we can love each other and communicate with each other in a peaceful way, this gets us places. Would you agree with that?
Well, I will use an example of my experience with Table Talk. I've probably been to over 100 homes and institutions talking about race in this community, probably more than most. I probably hosted the most community forums in this community. So I know how people think and act. At the end of the day, folks, something is wrong in a democracy or society that has freedom of speech when people can't say what we need to say to clean us up. And we have to look at slavery. We have to look at reparations. We talk about the Holocaust. We talk about genocide. These are issues that affect groups generations to the future. And again, at the end of the day, sometimes what we say is not for us. I don't like sitting around people who like cussing a lot. When I'm at work or if I'm in a formal academic setting, people start using profanity, I get up and walk out. The courts have ruled that profanity is a hostile environment. So I don't have to sit there and listen to these cussaholics. The same way people suffer from white fragility. They don't want to deal with the history. And obviously, some of them was not there. I can see that. But when you walk in a situation, when you get a job, not because of what you know, but who you know, and you don't think that exists, gender, race, class, you name it, orientation, welcome to Aljamal's world. And all I'm is just a time traveler. I'm a prophet. And we know what we do when people come out in a sense and they say things that other people don't like to hear. Bam.
Fantastic. For those of us living in parts of Nebraska, this person says, with so little racial diversity, what can we do to educate ourselves and, more importantly, to make a difference?
Well, you know what? I want to be like Mr. Rogers. Will you be my friend today? Will you be my friend today? Well, I think the first step is to start to read more and deconstruct. I've been participating in a number of book reading groups with white folks, and some people of color have been a part of that. And it's refreshing to see people who get it. It's refreshing to be in a classroom with people who make mistakes and come short and try and improve it. And every now and then I have students who push back and get me and catch me on certain things that I slip up or things that I have been socialized to see. That's what it's all about. But at the end of the day, folks, when they turn out the lights, what do you want to be known for? Do you want this to be a redneck state, or do you want this to be a state that makes sure that children do not go to bed at night with adequate food? Think about it. Wow. So what will you do about that?
That's That's a powerful statement. When you turn out the lights, that's wonderful. Well, I will be getting with you on the Go Bust a Grape t-shirts, and you and I can print those immediately. And whoever out there wants one, we can donate that money back to Nebraskans for Peace. How about that?
Great.
Well, you've been great. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time speaking today.
And thank you. And may the fourth be with you.
And also with you, my friend. And Ajamal, we appreciate your services. And if anybody wants to reach out, tell us how they can reach out to you.
Well, my email address is abyndon@yahoo.com, and I'm pretty open. So again, or do like Ernie said, just send a letter to Omaha and say, Jamal Byndon. I'm the only Jamal Byndon in the state. The postman woman will deliver it to me.
It'll get to you one way or another. Fantastic. You're a beautiful soul. Thank you so much for joining us today. And have a lovely weekend. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Peace.
Peace. Okay, folks. That was Ajamal Byndon. Thank you for those kind words and education. I think we all need to communicate and understand where people are coming from, and that creates peace, no doubt about it. I'd like to move the program forward and introduce, let me pull this up. I would like to introduce a very important person, Reverend Lynn Quinzer of Sacred Winds Native Mission Church, to make a posthumous presentation of the 2020 Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Year Award to the family of Reverend Jay and Barbara Schmidt. I'd like to welcome.
Thank you very much for having me today. I'm not a reverend, I'm simply a pastor.
Oh, did I say reverend? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think that was a misscript on my part. Pastor. Okay. I will let you take the helm, okay?
Thank you so much. It is my true honor and privilege to present this award today, as both Frank Lemire and Jay Schmidt were huge mentors to me and have left such giant shoes to fill for our community as we move forward in these very, very difficult times. I'd like to open today, if I might, with a brief word of scripture from Philippians chapter 2, verses 3 through 5. Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves, not looking to your own interests, but each of you to the interests of others. In your relationships with one another, have the same mindset as Christ Jesus. Those are some powerful words, and they were brought to life for any of us who knew either Frank Lemire or Jay and Barbara Schmidt. And, Jay was one of those quiet workers who really got things done. He knew what he was about, and he knew how to do those things in such a quiet and humble way. He was born on a farm near Davie, Nebraska, and reared on one near Waverly. As an undergraduate at the University of Nebraska in the 1950s, he formed what was to be a lifelong friendship with Forrest Stith, who was to become one of the earliest African-American bishops in the United Methodist Church. Together, Jay and Forrest did what they could to oppose racism in Lincoln and in the University of Nebraska long before opposition to racism was a common activity. Jay continued his studies at Drew University School of Theology, where he came to Dr. Paul Olson, deeply impressed with the need to speak out for peace and social justice, partly out of his studies in the theology of Dietrich Bonhoeffer. In 1956, he married Barbara Powell, who is his lifelong companion in the search for peace and justice, and is a co-recipient of this award today. The rest of his life was a search for interracial peace and justice among nations. Perhaps because of his love of peace and justice, Jay served in mostly small rural parishes. In his ministry, whether on a Native American reservation or in North Omaha, developing interracial ministries or in rural communities, Jay prioritized inclusiveness of race, of gender, sexual orientation, and sexual identity, and a pastoral care for the least of these, the disinherited and the dispossessed. In his later life, he and Barbara were active in and intensely supportive of Sacred Winds Native Mission United Methodist Church. It's been my honor and pleasure and privilege to serve as their pastor and learn from Jay as he helped guide our ministry there. And Barbara. Jay came to Nebraskans for Peace during the nuclear freeze movement. After the freeze, he became a member of the board of Nebraskans for Peace and a generous benefactor of the Nebraska Peace Foundation. In later years, he led the Citizens Climate Lobby, constantly writing letters and contacting our local and national leaders on issues of climate change with the help of Barbara. He also was a leader in Interchurch Ministries of Nebraska, statewide Peace and Justice Committee, and was particularly concerned to establish that idea that government budgets are moral documents, not simply spending guides. Up until the end, Jay wrote letters to the local newspaper on peace and justice issues. Among his last concerns was that the United Methodist Church should take a just stand on the issue of membership in and ordination for gay and lesbian Methodists. In that, he and Barbara have been supporters of Sacred Winds and my ministry there. As Jay's obituary remarks, one of the greatest things about his life was all the neat people he met. They made life fun, as did the coffee shops, the music they offered, his wood carvings and studies. The opportunity to work with others on things that mattered was a privilege. Jay was a poet, a sculptor, a lover of jazz music, actually a lover of humankind and of justice in the very truest sense. For all of this, he and Barbara, who was his support and fellow advocate and traveler throughout his life, are awarded the Nebraskans for Peace Peacemaker of the Year awards. Thank you both.
My name's Rachel Garver, and this is my mother, Barbara Schmidt. And I want to say on behalf of my dad, my mom, and my family, thank you for this great honor to be bestowed upon my parents. I wish my dad was here with us today. He would be so pleased to have his wife, his life partner, included with him in receiving this prestigious award. They were a team and they worked very well together. Thank you to Paul, Tim, and the whole NFP board. And thank you, Lynn.
You're very welcome. It's my honor to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you all. That was beautiful. Pastor Lynn, was there anything else you would like to do at this time?
I just wish everyone in Nebraskans for Peace the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the wisdom of Wakantanka, the Holy Spirit, and the strength of our Lord Jesus, of our Father Tunkashala, because we need this strength. We need to draw on each other's love and consideration to be able to make changes that are so desperately needed. And though these are very troubled times, they're troubled because we are here standing to make that change happen. We are no longer silent in the face of what is happening in our country and in our world. And so know that prayer does work. Good thoughts, meditation, however you reach your inner strength. Please pray for all of us who are working to make this change for justice and peace in our world. And thank you all at Nebraskans for Peace. Sacred Winds has been privileged to be a chapter member of Nebraskans for Peace for several years. We've worked with Frank Lemire and with Jay Schmidt and all of the folks at NFP, Marilyn McNabb, and a number of the rest of you. And it's an excellent organization, and I can't give you enough thanks for keeping this fight going for 50 years. Thank you all very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. And congratulations and my condolences to Rachel Garver and Barbara Schmidt, thanks for joining us today. And your father was a fantastic individual. I had a chance to meet him myself, and the Frank Lemire Award is no big. It's not a small deal. It's a big deal, and I'd like to congratulate you on that.
Mike, he wore your T-shirt
Oh,
till the end.
He loved the bottle tops. That's right. He used to wear that T-shirt all the time. I have very fond memories of that. And thank you so much for supporting local arts the way you do. It's fantastic. We are going to have a lovely weekend, everybody. And thanks for joining us. We're going to move on with the program. And what a beautiful award. Thanks for doing that. Thank you so much. Okay. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. At this time, I would like to welcome on Lois Todd Meyer. Hi, Lois.
Hi, Michael.
How are you?
You're doing well.
Great.
Enjoying this program very much.
Fantastic. Well, we appreciate you being here. I'm going to hand over the helm to you here, and I'll let you continue on with this award ceremony. Okay.
Okay. Often it's the people in the background who provide the just right kind of support and input that help organizations keep their forward movement and sustain their outreach. And Carol Geisinger is one of these people. And for years, she has helped Nebraskans for Peace move forward in its mission of peace and justice. Excuse me. And I am so proud to know her as my friend. And I am honored to announce Carol as one of the recipients of the 2020 Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Year Award. Carol has the heart and soul of a peacemaker, and this is something that those who know her well recognize very soon, if not immediately, upon meeting her. Carol and Roy Geisinger moved from Oregon to Nebraska in the summer of 1999, and in early 2001, they met the late Charles Richardson at a renewable energy meeting in Hastings. Excuse me, and he invited them to join Central Nebraska Peace Workers, a group he had recently helped organize in response to the drumbeat of war for war with Iraq following 9/11. Dale Roper soon approached Carol about becoming a board member for Nebraskans for Peace, and she remained, excuse me, a board member until just recently, when she resigned because of her serious health reasons. Carol served as both board secretary and treasurer during her tenure. I first met Carol at a parent-teachers conference when I was an English teacher at Cedar Rapids High School, the school where her nieces, Tabby and Hannah, enrolled after Carol and Roy opened their home and hearts to them after their father, Carol's brother, was seriously injured in a work accident. Tabby invited me to join CNPW, and it was through this organization that I began to know Carol better and to learn firsthand about her heartfelt commitment to all of the values that NFP holds dear. She holds a lifelong commitment to peace and nonviolence, to nurturing, not destroying our environment, to equal rights for all, especially for those who have been denied rights for much of our country's history. Equal voting rights, rights for women, people of color, and the LGBTQA+ community are among the causes that Carol has worked for, often in the background, but powerful nonetheless. As an example, a mutual friend and colleague of Carol's from the League of Women Voters recently wrote me that, quote, Carol's hand in the creation of the Know Your Voting Rights information pamphlet, promoting mail-in voting, developing the Nebraska section of the League's vote411.org voter online portal for the 2020 election cycle, and she and her husband did so much in developing the new Nebraska State League website. Mutual friends Lynn and Mina from CNPW commented on Carol's commitment to and the joy she experienced while teaching her students critical thinking skills during the years she taught English language arts at both Cedar Rapids and Greeley public high schools. They also mentioned Carol's creative side that became evident when she took over the production of the much-loved Cat Lovers Against the Bomb calendar. She expanded the scope of this calendar production to include Pups for Peace and Cat Lovers for LGBTQA+ rights calendars. And a random note, we all love and appreciate Carol's infectious laughter that lifts us up even when times feel dark. When Carol recently received her prognosis, she set her mind to make sure her projects were finished or passed on to others. So the work can benefit from her commitment to making her piece of the world a better place will continue. So today, we honor the work for peace that Carol has done and continues to do, and recognize that our piece of the world is a better place because of Carol.
Thank you, Lois. I am deeply, deeply honored to receive the Frank Lemire Peacemaker of the Year Award. Yet I feel that there are so many resilient activists who are so much more deserving than I. When I was asked to carry on the Cat Lovers Against the Bomb calendar project 6 years ago, I was honored to carry on its long tradition of 36 years. As a steward of the CLAB calendar, I've connected with many activists across the United States who work diligently every day to bring about a more peaceful community to their cities and neighborhoods. CLAB has connected me to loyal, peace-loving fans across our great nation and beyond, and instilled in me the dedication in moving our country forward toward progressive goals that peace and social equity for each and every one will long continue to feed the hearts and souls of the fans across the world as I transition it to a fellow editorial board member. As a member of the Nebraskans for Peace Civil Rights and Social Justice Task Force group, I saw the need to further the voting advocacy since 2020 is a critical voting year. As such, I collaborated with the League of Women Voters. They asked me to serve on their state board as their voter services co-director, where we brought not only an English and Spanish educational brochure to community organizations across the state that serve Get Out the Vote efforts for communities of historically low voter turnout populations, but I was also involved with totally revamping the state's league website, as well as implementing a new statewide online voters guide for the 2020 election cycle, a first for the state. Over 55% of candidates running for down ballot offices across the state are represented in this voter election online portal. My co-director continues to carry on this critical work as I am less able to do so. Much work continues to be done in the name of peace and social justice. My time to carry on this work is being cut short. But there are many others who will carry on. Not only my work, but the endless other aspects that face our communities and nation today. Many NFP members have boots on the ground and are doing important work across the many areas in Nebraska. I applaud the continuation of their critical work. I am deeply honored to be the recipient of this award in light of the tireless work of so many others. I thank you for this deep, deep honor.
Thank you so much to you both, and much love to you, Carol, and congratulations on everything you've done and the souls you've touched.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Lois, for the presentation. This has been a great day. It's been a very, very powerful and touching day. I appreciate being a part of it. I'm honored, and I'm honored to see this presentation. Thank you so much, Carol. And okay, I'm going to move the program forward. And I wish you both a happy weekend.
Thank you.
And thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that moving presentation. That was powerful. Thank you so much. We can see how this organization touches so many people very deeply. And I appreciate being a part of it today. Our final presentation of the year's conference is by Mr. Bruce Gagnon, Executive Director of the Global Network Against Weapons and Nuclear Power in Space. I'm going to pull up this document here. A Vietnam War era veteran, decades. Bruce Gagnon has 4 decades been spotlighting the role nuclear weapons play in maintaining U.S. military and economic dominance over the rest of the world. As the title of his keynote address, U.S. Global Dominance and STRATCOM's role indicates U.S. Strategic Command in Nebraska, with its global-based nuclear arsenal, is central to defending that imperial policy. I'd like to welcome him on the program. Hello, Bruce. How are you?
Hello. Thank you very much.
You bet. I'm going to pass over the helm to you, my friend, and thank you for being here today.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I plan to go through 6 brief topic areas, all shining a light on STRATCOM's overall mission, the consequences in terms of world peace and expense, and the growing global resistance. Can we go to the first slide, please? Hello.
One second, Bruce. Sorry, if you could give me 1 second, I need to pull up that. Was there a PowerPoint for you sent? I did not get one. Let me search for that real quick.
Oh, no.
Okay, I got it. Give me 1 second, and I'll get this going for you. Okay, here we go. My apologies. Here we go.
Can you go back to the last slide? Right there. Thank you. I'll start right there. Okay, here we go again. These 2 quotes are directly from STRATCOM, recapitalizing the nuclear threat. In other words, they're asking for even more money. And above that, in blue, they call this the era of great power competition. Both of these quotes describe STRATCOM's current role and mission. Okay, let's go to the next one. So let's first review STRATCOM's overall mission, summed up with the words full spectrum dominance. Okay. This is how STRATCOM describes itself and its job, providing the nation with a safe, secure, and effective, ready nuclear deterrent force in order to prevent attacks against the United States and to provide assurance to our allies, air, land, and sea domination. Okay. STRATCOM's traditional mission starts with the delivery of nuclear weapons from, as I said, the air, land, and sea. Go ahead. Prompt global strike means that the U.S. must be able to hit any corner of the planet with overwhelming force, including with nukes, in an hour or less. All right. Another key element for STRATCOM is cyberspace operations, which essentially is hacking into and shutting down another nation's ability to see what's going on around them and to be able to respond in a timely manner. For example, Bill Clinton's war on Yugoslavia in 1999 was the very first cyber war. The US basically crawled into its computers and shut down Yugoslavia's air defense system. So when the US and NATO were bombing Belgrade, they were not able to do anything to protect themselves. And no US NATO planes were lost. Okay. Yet another element for the command is dominant intelligence, space surveillance, and reconnaissance, which means being able to hear everything, to see everything, and to target every place on the earth below. Okay. Missile defense is a growing STRATCOM element, misnamed because it's actually an offensive program. It is the shield that complements a US first strike attack. Missile defense would pick off any retaliatory strikes that followed a Pentagon preemptive attack. The US refuses to renounce first strike attack, while Russia and China long ago have done so. The US is today surrounding Russia and China with missile defense systems. Okay. Yet another STRATCOM core responsibility is electronic attack, the use of electromagnetic energy, directed energy, or anti-radiation weapons. The ultimate goal is to, quote, deny the enemy the use of the electromagnetic spectrum. Targets are humans, communication systems, radars, and the like. Okay. So STRATCOM says that their task is to integrate all of these various warfare systems into one big operational capability. One could call it the big boom theory. Okay. Let's now talk about who the enemies are according to Washington and STRATCOM. All right. Russia is now considered an existential threat. Why? It's no longer communist, but Russia refuses to surrender to the West. And take a look at this map. Notice Russia's northern border. They have the largest land border with the Arctic Ocean. And due to climate change and melting ice, the Western oil corporations want control of that region because they want to drill, baby, drill. Okay. The Pentagon is moving to take control of the Arctic. The West wants regime change in Moscow. The Rand Corporation, you might remember them, the Pentagon Papers that Daniel Ellsberg leaked to the New York Times and other media back during the Vietnam War. The Rand Corporation was developing that history of the Vietnam War. Well, the Rand Corporation has now developed a plan to balkanize Russia, meaning break it into smaller nations so that the West would have a better ability to control the region for, again, obvious purposes. Okay. Another enemy, of course, is China, who also refuses to surrender to the West. It is now working to expand its markets beyond its dependence on the United States as its #1 trading partner. China imports most of its oil on ships. Thus, the US effort to control their vital shipping lanes. Beijing sees this as Washington aggression. China has very few nukes in comparison to the United States. Okay. North Korea, another enemy, we're told, is not a real threat to the US or the region. It has a border with China and Russia. Near the end of the Korean War, General Douglas MacArthur sent US warplanes just over the border and bombed the city of Vladivostok inside Russia, trying to draw Russia into the Korean War. Moscow didn't take the bait. Both Russia and China have big investment in keeping North Korea as a buffer from the US military, which is based in South Korea today. More than 25,000 troops spread throughout that country. Okay. Iran also refuses to surrender to the West. Iran is a competitor with the US head-chopping ally Saudi Arabia, which is a major destabilizer in the region. We know that from the war in Yemen, for example. On the left side of this graphic, you see how the United States array of bases in that region have essentially encircled Iran today. How can Iran be a real threat to the United States? All right. So next, let's talk about the strategy to go after these enemies that is taking place today. Okay. The current program is to turn NATO into a global military alliance, which would give NATO and the United States essentially the capability to circumvent or avoid the United Nations, allowing Washington the ability to say that it can invade other nations with support from a united international coalition, one that through NATO, the United States would dominate. Whereas now, today, the United States is not able to completely dominate the United Nations. All right. It was Bill Clinton who was responsible for the major NATO expansion toward the east into the former Soviet bloc, which broke the United States' promise to Mikhail Gorbachev at the end of the Cold War, as the former Soviet Union dissolved. Then US Secretary of State Jim Baker promised Russia that NATO would not expand 1 inch toward the Russian borders. Okay. Now, though, NATO is on steroids, encircling Russia and attempting to bring Ukraine, Georgia, and lately even Belarus into the West's orbit. How is Moscow to respond to this growing NATO expansion right up to their literal, up to their borders? Okay. The US and NATO are constantly holding military war games closer and closer to Russia's border. Here you see the Army, Navy, Air Force, and joint military exercises color-coded there at the bottom of the graphic, all being aimed increasingly closer and closer at Russia's doorstep. Okay. Every time the United States holds a war game in Eastern Europe, they leave much of their military hardware that they've shipped overseas before the war game, and then they leave it at a new weapons depot that's been created in Poland and also one in Norway. Trump recently announced that some US troops will be moved out of Germany and will be sent to new bases that are now being built in Poland. So moving troops from Germany even closer to Russia into Poland. Okay. Replicating the Nazi invasion of the former Soviet Union during World War II, the US is presently creating a similar military strategy and capability. Thus, we hear the constant demonization of Russia in the Western media as they prepare the people in the West, and particularly in the United States, to go along with this expansion and these provocative military maneuvers right up to the Russian border. Okay. US war games are also regularly being held in the Nordic region aimed at Russia. Just last week, I read that the US Navy was sending warships into the Barents Sea on Russia's northwest Atlantic coast. Okay. As I said earlier, a U.S. weapons depot has also been established in NATO. In Norway. Okay. The red arrow at the top right-hand corner of the picture points to Vardo in Norway, which is right on the Russian border. Okay. Based in Vardo is a key U.S. warfighting radar that surveils, intercepts, and does targeting for U.S. war making. Imagine if Russia had a similar facility on the U.S. border in Canada. Washington would go ballistic. Okay. In 2014, the Obama administration, led by Vice President Joe Biden, orchestrated a coup d'etat in Ukraine. Today, the U.S. essentially runs the Ukrainian government. The SBU is the Ukrainian secret police, which is being commanded by fascist elements. During World War II, fascists, which predominate in Western Ukraine near the Polish border, were led by a leader by the name of Stefan Bandera. When Hitler began to sweep into the former Soviet Union and came into Ukraine, Bandera and his fascist followers put on Nazi uniforms and joined Hitler's invasion of Russia. They also killed thousands of Jews inside of Ukraine. So when this coup d'etat happened in 2014, you can imagine Russia's concern, because it was led, the frontline forces of this coup in Kiev on what they called the Maidan were led by these same fascist elements that predominate from Western Ukraine. Okay. The goal of the 2014 Ukrainian coup was to take control of Russia's only warm water naval base, which is located in Crimea at the very bottom of the map. You'll see Sebastopol. That is the city where the Russian Navy has long been based, ever since the time of Catherine the Great. Washington wants to own the Black Sea, regularly sends U.S. warships into the region. And you can see that Ukraine sits in a strategic location, not only bordering Russia, but also bordering the Black Sea. Thus, the coup was run, but the attempt to grab Crimea was foiled by Moscow. They could never stand to let the U.S. take control of Crimea. It would have been worse than the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 1960s. Okay. When the U.S. NATO hold war games aimed at Russia, the Russian military usually responds by sending their troops up to their own border in response. When Moscow responds in this manner, Western media portrays Russia as being aggressive, as trying to invade neighboring countries. But in fact, all they're doing is running defensive maneuvers inside of their own country. Okay. The Pentagon is currently encircling Russia with missile defense systems as well. The shield to be used after a first strike attack is launched to pick off any retaliatory strikes. At the U.S. Space Command, for many years, they've annually computer war gamed such a first strike attack on Russia and China. They call it the red team versus the blue team. And in that first strike attack, the U.S. tries to take out all Russian and Chinese nuclear forces, air, land, and sea. Those that are not destroyed, a retaliatory strike is then launched by Russia and China with their remaining capability, a reduced capability, of course. And it is then that the US missile defense shield is used to pick off the retaliatory strike. And that's why missile defense is so destabilizing in the region. Russia and China have been saying for 10 years, we can't really discuss major reductions in nuclear weapons as long as you're encircling us with these so-called missile defense systems. Okay, go ahead. The US Navy Aegis destroyers are also outfitted with these missile defense systems, which have the best testing success of any of the various kinds of missile defense systems. There are many different sorts of missile defense systems, some on the ships. Many different versions are also based on land. But the ones on the Navy Aegis destroyers have the best testing results. They've also shown the capability that they can launch one of these interceptors. They're called SM-3 interceptors, and they can actually act as an anti-satellite weapon. They can go up into space and knock out a satellite. The US has proven that it can do that. These are built right here in my hometown in Bath, Maine, just 2 blocks from where I'm sitting right now. From these same launch tubes on these warships, the US can also fire first strike attack, nuclear capable Tomahawk cruise missiles. Okay. Because the US Navy missile defense program, the Aegis program, is doing so well with its testing, the Pentagon has begun placing these launch platforms on land. They call it Aegis Ashore. One has been set up in Hawaii, and additionally, a newly constructed base has been built in Romania. You can see right before the headline in this picture, Aegis Ashore Missile Defense Facilities. Right below it, you see in Romania, contractor Kellogg, Brown and Root, and then associate contractor Black and Beach Corporation. This is, of course, extremely destabilizing. Okay, go to the next one. Another one of these Aegis Ashore bases is nearing completion in Poland. Both the Poland and Romania bases could launch these missile defense interceptors, the Shield. But they could also launch, just like on the Navy destroyers, first strike attack, nuclear capable Tomahawk cruise missiles that could reach Moscow from Romania or Poland in 10 minutes time. How is Russia to react when these 2 provocative bases are so close to their border and can hit them in 10 minutes time? Russia has to put their nuclear retaliatory capability on launch on warning status, which makes accidental launches even more likely. So what the United States is doing, again, inching up to the border of Russia, is absolutely crazy. It's even worse than the Cuban Missile Crisis, and nobody in America knows anything about it because the corporate media doesn't tell the American people for obvious reasons. Okay. Another key STRATCOM mission is control and domination of space. All right. This 1997 planning document by the U.S. Space Command calls for the U.S. to control and dominate space and deny other countries access to space. The Pentagon has long been saying whichever country controls space will have a better chance of controlling the Earth below on behalf of corporate interests. Okay. The U.S. intends to be the master of space. How provocative is that language? How provocative is that notion? This is Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs, home of the Air Force Space Command. Trump, as you know, has recently created the Space Force, which will ensure even more dangerous and provocative measures will be taken to weaponize the heavens. The Democrats, who control the House of Representatives in Washington, could have blocked Trump's Space Force in the House, but they voted in huge numbers to support the proposal. The only demand the Democrats made at the time that the Space Force proposal came to the House was they wanted to call it the Space Corps instead of the Space Force. Pitiful. Okay. So all warfare on the earth today is now directed and coordinated by space technology. Stratcom sits in direct command of much of all of this. Okay. The aerospace industry brags that the arms race in space will be the largest industrial project in the history of the planet Earth. An editorial some years ago in the publication called Space News, an industry publication, stated that they were sending their lobbyists to Washington to secure a dedicated funding source to pay for all things space. They called it the entitlement programs that they were going after, that officially are Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and what little is left of the social safety net. These are the programs that the aerospace industry has targeted to defund to pay for an arms race in space. Your tax dollars at work. All right. Now let's discuss the pivot to the Asia Pacific. Okay. Barack Obama's former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton coined the phrase pivot to the Asia Pacific. This major expansion of U.S. forces continues today under Trump and is intended to confront and control China and Russia. Don't forget, Russia has a border both with the West and the East, with both Europe and Asia, because it's such a big country. Washington is putting a loaded gun to the head of Beijing and Moscow, essentially saying, submit, get on your knees. It's a dangerous game, high stakes gambling, if you will. Okay. In each of these nations today, in this graphic, the U.S. military is expanding their current bases and building new ones as well. Okay. U.S. base expansions are happening throughout Australia. Okay. This is Pine Gap, a U.S. NSA, National Security Administration base in the heart of Australia, out in the bush country, that intercepts all phones, fax, email, social media communications throughout the entire Asia Pacific region. And in real time, split-second time, sends them on to the United States. This base is also used to direct current drone attacks in the Middle East and Africa. They also direct missile defense deployments in the Asia Pacific region for the United States. Our friends in Australia, in the peace movement, actively oppose all of these base expansions going on in their country. Okay. In Guam, under Stratcom's direction, base expansions include more nuclear bombers, more missile defense deployments, and more naval deployments on that already chock full of U.S. military personnel facilities on that island. Okay. Expansion of U.S. bases in Okinawa and other parts of Japan have drawn massive protests, especially by the people in Okinawa. They've elected an anti-base governor in that on the island of Okinawa. I've been on 3 Veterans for Peace delegations that have gone there to join the people as they non-violently resist base expansions that are causing massive environmental destruction in Okinawa. Okay. I've also gone to Jeju Island, South Korea, where the U.S. forced construction of a new Navy base for warships, for U.S. warships that are part of this pivot to Asia. A 500-year-old fishing and farming village called Kangjang Village has been torn apart to build this Navy base. This is part of the U.S. plan to block China's shipping lanes that they use to import oil and other resources. Daily protests on the land and in the water have been going on Jeju Island, just south of the South Korean peninsula, for the last 13 years. Can you imagine doing a protest every single day for 13 years? If you look closely up near the destroyer, you see 2 yellow dots. Those are the activists from the village out in kayaks holding banners that say no Navy base. Many of the people have been arrested and gone to jail for a serious amount of time just for their nonviolent resistance against this base, because they know that if a war starts out between the United States and China, their peaceful village is now going to be obliterated because it's a prime target. They're fighting literally for their lives. Okay. In other parts of South Korea, the U.S. is also expanding other bases and creating new ones. In this case, a small melon farming village has been resisting a new base that is now holding a ground-based missile defense system called THAAD. It stands for Theater High Altitude Aerial Defense. So the idea, again, is after a U.S. first strike attack that comes from many different directions at China and Russia, that this missile defense system, ground-based inside of South Korea, would be used to pick off Chinese or Russian retaliatory strikes. And so these people in this village understand that they're now a prime target as well. Okay. So what do we do? How do we get out from behind this 8-ball? Because our communities, our states have become addicted to military production. So what we're doing here in Maine and what we're suggesting our friends around the globe do is call for the conversion of the military industrial complex. And we've been, in this state of Maine, integrating our messages, connecting peace, climate change, and cutting the military budget all into one concise message for the public. Okay. As I say, here in Maine, we've been organizing a conversion campaign around Bath Iron Works Naval Shipyard, again, just 2 blocks from my house, for the past 15 years. We've repeatedly marched in the 4th of July parade in Bath, the largest 4th of July parade in the state of Maine. And we've organized 5 peace walks up and down the state, calling for the conversion of Bath Iron Works. Okay. We've made a big effort to connect climate crisis and the need for conversion to build commuter rail systems, tidal power systems, and offshore wind turbines at Bath Iron Works instead of Navy destroyers. Studies at Brown University in Rhode Island and University of Massachusetts in Amherst economics departments have repeatedly shown that if we were to convert the military-industrial complex, we would double the jobs building sustainable technologies over what we currently get building the war machine. We've also repeatedly been arrested for blocking the ceremonies at Bath Iron Works each time a new destroyer is christened. The last 2 times we went to court for our trial, the first of the last 2, the judge threw the case out on a technicality, and the very last time, a different judge congratulated us and urged us to keep doing what we were doing. So it's clear that we're getting the public's attention, including people inside the court system. Okay. One of our peace and climate change leaders, Lisa Savage, is running as an independent for the U.S. Senate seat now held by Republican Susan Collins in what will be a ranked choice voting election for the U.S. Senate. Maine is the only state in the country that now has ranked choice voting or instant runoff voting for a U.S. Senate or U.S. House race seat. Lisa has been arrested at our shipyard protests, and her volunteers are taking her message of people, peace, and planet out across the state. The first debate was recently held on 9/11. There were 4 candidates in the debate, and most observers believe Lisa won the debate. 3 more debates will be held before the election. Okay. The numbers tell the story. I'm sure you're all very familiar with this chart, global military spending. Compare what the US spends with what China and Russia spend. China at 14%, Russia at 3.4%. And the last 2 years, Putin has cut the Russian military budget, saying they need to put more money into human development in dealing with poverty. When you add the NATO member countries to the US total, you realize that the US and NATO spend 2/3 of the world's military spending. Okay. If I may be so bold, I'd like to give you all a homework assignment. I think we all could do a bit more study on how the US military empire dangerously and provocatively has grown since the end of World War II. I wholeheartedly recommend this important, groundbreaking book by David Talbot. I'd say it's one of the top 3 or 4 books I've ever read in my entire life. Okay. Your organization, Nebraskans for Peace, is so important as you share your home state with Stratcom, the most dangerous organization in world history. May we continue to stand together to resist these wars on our Mother Earth. Okay. Thank you all very much for inviting me to speak today. Best wishes to all of you. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you, Bruce, for that presentation. Very, very interesting. I would like to open up the forum to those tuning in for questions to Bruce. Let's go back and see. Give me 1 second while I go back and rehash some of the questions during your presentation, if that's okay. Okay, Douglas says, I'm happy to confirm the U.S. coup in Ukraine from the day it happened when the president reached out to NATO. The Russians could not concede Crimea or the remaining Ukraine. Why? Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a question you'd like to answer?
Yeah, I'll answer it. Sure.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I think I clearly suggested that Crimea.
Crimea.
Crimea was long Russia's only warm water naval port, all the way back to the time of Catherine the Great. Even though Crimea at the time of 2014 coup was part of the Ukraine, Russia had a very long-term lease where they were giving millions and millions and millions of dollars a year in payments to Ukraine to utilize Crimea as a naval base. They were allowed to keep 25,000 troops, Navy, Air Force, whatever they wished, on the land of Crimea as part of that agreement. So when you hear these stories that Russia invaded Crimea and they sent in the little green men, they were already there. And the people of Crimea rallied at the time of the coup. They were watching the coup in Kiev, in the capital city, on television. They saw the fascists who were killing people in the Maidan Square. They didn't want anything to do with this. They quickly organized a referendum on their own in Crimea, the people of Crimea, and said, we want to return to Russia, because they had long been part of Russia until the falling apart of the former Soviet Union. And so they voted by 98% to say, we want to go back to Russia. Russia accepted them to come back, and there they are. So today, Crimea is part of the Russian Federation once again. It's just no way in the world that with Ukraine bordering Russia, that this was going to be allowed to become a NATO base. Last year, I organized a study tour. We went to Moscow, we went to Crimea, and we went to St. Petersburg. Took about 25 people from all over the United States, and we went to those places. And while we were in Crimea, we heard that NATO had their designs on Crimea. They wanted to evict Russia out of the Sevastopol Navy base and turn it over to NATO. I mean, that would be like, the Cuban Missile Crisis in reverse. It was just not going to be allowed to happen. No way could Moscow allow that to happen.
Interesting. Thank you for that. And Douglas, if not all of that was put into perspective, please pipe back in if you would. Where in all of this does Donald Trump's infatuation with Vladimir Putin lie? And how does that fit with the Stratcom Russia conflict?
Well, I think the Russiagate story, the Russian interference in our elections, the Putin and Russia love affair, that is all part of the construct of Western media. Again, remember what I said. In order to get the American people and the people of the NATO countries of the West, of Europe, to go along with this massive expenditure of money, this massive military mobilization right up to the Russian border, which is very provocative, you'd think the American people would say, maybe our country shouldn't be doing that. Russia must be demonized. We must turn Russia into a monster. And so that is what is happening. And we now see the same thing happening with China. China is being demonized. China is being turned into a monster. And so this is the program. We've got to get a little smarter. And it's really a shame when you think about it, how many people in the peace movement even fall for the demonization that's going on around Russia. We've got to begin to recognize that. Remember in 2003 when the corporate media, when the politicians lied about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq in order to sell the American people on the invasion, shock and awe invasion of Iraq? It's the same media today, friends, that are selling us the demonization of Russia and China as the United States encircles them. All right? Figure that out. That's what's happening today. Put your ear to the railroad tracks, the Native Americans said, and hear the train coming. That's what's happening.
Okay. Is it smart to run a green candidate to split the vote against Senator Collins?
Remember what I said, it's a ranked choice voting election. Maybe you're not familiar with that concept, but ranking means you go into the booth, there's 4 people, Republican, Democrat, and 2 independents. You go into the booth, it's like going to a restaurant and looking at a menu. What's my first choice? I think I want the salad, but if they don't have the salad, I'll take the steak. And if they don't have the steak, I think I'll take the pasta. So I rank my choices, salad, steak, and pasta in that order. Well, it's the same way in a ranked choice voting election. There's no spoiler effect. You get to rank, let's say I want Lisa Savage first. I'll take the Democrat second. I'll take, maybe the other independent third, and I'll put Susan Collins fourth. If nobody gets 51% of the vote after the first counting, the first round of counting, it goes to a second round. The person who's fourth on the list drops off. Their second place votes go to whoever, the people that rank that fourth person. Their second choices go to the second person. Their third choices go to the third person. They do a recount. And over time, sometimes it goes 2 or 3 rounds, 2 or 3 counts. And finally, a person is picked. It's a way of creating a consensus around election. You get a candidate that most of the voters support. Previously in Maine, we were having elections where really right-wing governors were winning with 33% of the vote because there were 3 or 4 people in the race. Now you got to get 51% of the vote in a ranked choice voting election.
I thought it was answered, but someone did say regarding Trump's love affair with Putin. I believe you said that was more media driven. Is that correct? He certainly is not demonizing Putin, they say.
Say that again, please.
The question is, didn't answer regarding Trump's love affair with Putin, ... He certainly is not demonizing Putin.
Well, they say a stopped clock is right twice a day. Trump partly was elected because in his campaign, when he first ran, he said he wanted to end the wars, he wanted to cut military spending, he wanted to bring the troops home, and he wanted to have a good relationship with Russia and China. The Democrats took that and made that into a love affair between Putin and Trump. So while I don't in any way support Donald Trump, I do believe that he was correct in saying that it's a good idea that we don't have bad relationships with the second and third biggest nuclear powers on the planet. You'd think that people in the peace movement would support that idea. You would hope.
Do you think that Donald Trump is more easily controlled than a more traditional political candidate instead of I'll say talk show host, but however you want to describe Trump?
Well, let's just look at this for a moment. You remember a guy named Bernie Sanders, who a lot of people supported. Wall Street told the Democratic Party, if you pick Bernie Sanders as your candidate, we will vote. This was like a team. A letter was signed by many Wall Street high-level executives. If you allow Bernie Sanders to be your Democratic Party candidate, we will vote for Trump. That should tell you something. That should tell you that Wall Street, the military-industrial complex, the oil corporations, the pharmaceutical corporations, and on, basically support what Trump has done. He has benefited all their big money operations and everything they're doing around the world. So frankly, I don't believe that Wall Street and the military-industrial complex would be unhappy if Trump was reelected. They're running 2 horses in this race. Both Trump and Byndon are acceptable to Wall Street, and whichever one wins, they're happy with. Whichever one wins, the peace movement should be deeply concerned about, because they both will continue the Asia pivot, which began under Obama. Remember that when Obama was president, he brought forward the modernization of nuclear weapons, a 20-year program to modernize nuclear weapons that will cost $1 trillion. That was the Democrat in the White House. And so let's be real about this stuff. The political system in this country is controlled by the corporate agenda, and they're happy with both the Republican and Democratic parties. That's why ranked choice voting should spread nationally, so that we develop a way to run third-party candidates against these two corporate parties that now control the United States of America.
I see. Okay, let's do one more. Is the U.S. military budget so vast and so much a part of the U.S. economy that any major cut would cause an economic collapse? Conversely, does the military have so much that it can't spend it all?
Well, you know, they haven't had an audit forever. There's been reports over and over again of between $2 and $4 trillion missing from the Pentagon budget. You remember those pallets of shrink wrap money that went over to Iraq during the Bush administration, the George W. Bush administration, that were handed out to try to buy Iraqi people's compliance with our occupation? You know, a lot of that money just disappeared into the ether. The military budget is advertised as about $750 billion a year, somewhere in that range. But when you add up the parts of the federal budget, like the nuclear weapons that are in the Department of Energy budget and the Homeland Security budget and the Veterans Administration budget and many other pieces of the security apparatus, the actual military budget is over $1 trillion a year. We can't sustain life in this country. We can't deal with climate change. We can't give people Medicare for all, which the American people by 80% want. We can't relieve college students of this burden, this saddling of debt from college, this debt that they have. We can't fix our roads and bridges. Here in Maine, our roads and bridges are falling apart like crazy, but there's no money to fix them. We can't do anything because of the reliance on the military spending. And again, I come back to conversion and the studies that say if we converted the military industrial complex, we would double the jobs, because military spending is capital intensive, meaning it eats up a lot of money and creates fewer jobs, whereas sustainable technology development is labor intensive, creates more jobs. And so what you have to do is, in any conversion legislation that you pass, you have to have a training period, a transition period, where workers and local communities are not disrupted as you make a transition away from building weapons to building sustainable technologies that help us deal with climate crisis. Now, I know in Nebraska, your organization has been big, one of the leaders in the peace movement of connecting the dots between militarism and climate change. You're very concerned about climate change. I know Tim has been a real leader on that issue. And so we've got to really make that link. But if we don't get the money out of the military, we're not going to have any luck at all dealing with climate change.
Fascinating points. Well, thank you very much, Bruce, for joining us today. I believe we're going to move on and wrap this program up. We appreciate your time and thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Have a good afternoon. And if somebody wants to reach out to you, how could they do so?
They can go to our website, spaceforpeace.org, spaceforpeace.org. And also you can go to my blog, which is called Organizing Notes. Organizing Notes. Just search that, my name, Bruce Gagnon. You should find my blog. that I post daily on what we're doing here in Maine and other issues around the country and around the world.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you very much, and you have a lovely rest of your weekend. We appreciate you joining us.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, spaceforpeace.org. If you'd like to reach out, please do so. I'm going to invite Ron Todd Meyer back on. Let's see if Ron's there. Hi, Ron. How you doing?
How you doing, Mike?
Good. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to give you the helm, and you can put a bow on this lovely day we've had. How's that sound?
All right, I'll try to do that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, when Nebraskans for Peace State Board first established a 50-year anniversary celebration planning committee almost 2 years ago, we never once imagined the possibility of a pandemic forcing us to have to do a virtual annual peace conference to prevent infection. But the pandemic, though, has provided unexpected confirmation that the stern and sweeping challenges we will be facing in the years ahead. So I want to thank some people here that made this all possible. I think it's on our anniversary committee when we met 2 years ago. We had Marilyn, McNabb, Paul Olson, Loyal Park, Marcia Fangmeyer, Leo Yankton, Larry Zink, and then of course our staff. Tim Renna has been state coordinator for over half of the organization's existence and has, I think, contributed to its longevity. Brittany Cooper and Susan Allman, who you met at the beginning of the afternoon session, have provided, this conference wouldn't exist without them. And Brittany has been phenomenal in the technology. And lastly, I want to give a special thanks to Mike and Red Rebel Media for hosting this on-live annual peace conference. And then thank you for joining us today, and let's all pledge to continue this urgent work of peacemaking and seeking justice in our lives from this day forward. Thank you very much.